copy of the agenda?
No, I don't. I just was wondering. Here she comes. Yeah, one is for Amber and one's for the table, and then my original comes back to me. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, it is 5:30. We will call this budget meeting to order. Mrs. Brown, if you will please call the roll.
Mayor Allison Dennington,
Here.
Vice Mayor Don Barlow,
Here.
Commissioner Robert Baldwin,
Here.
Commissioner Anna Butler,
Here.
Commissioner Tim Reed,
Here.
Town Manager Elizabeth Mascaro,
Here.
Town Attorney Ryan Knight,
Here.
Finance Manager Jennifer Kerr,
Here.
Police Chief Tim Zander,
Here.
Town Clerk Amber Brown is also present.
Okay, we'll stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, let me make sure my phone is off. Don't want to have a call. Okay, good. All right, we have one item on the agenda, which is the budget. We do have some additional walk-on items that are on the counter up here. Mrs. Mascaro, I saw you handing these out. Could you go through these one by one as to who presented them, what they are, whether they replace something in the agenda?
Yeah, so this one, it's got the color.
Color.
This is the,
Could you turn your mic on and speak into it? And
yeah, this is the salaries with the retirement, life comp, all the information in addition to the salary that the commission had asked for. The total on the far right-hand side calculated not only the current salary, but the proposed salary in the sheet that's in the packet. So this is the revised total that only calculates the current salary plus all expenses.
okay.
This,
And it looks like on the bottom there's a 7A. So does that indicate where this would go?
yes,
Okay, so there's a 7 in the packet. There's a 7A in the packet. Does this fully replace the original 7A?
yes,
Okay, so we'll cross that out. For the benefit of the public, there will be one over there. The 7A that was in the published packet has been updated with a new one. The new updated version will be updated online. Okay, so that's document 1, walk on. Next,
the Brevard, the smaller one, the 8.5 by 10 is the Brevard County Police Officer starting pay for 2025.
I don't have a smaller one. I have 3 that are all legal size.
Make sure we didn't get to some of the.
I only have, okay, yeah, no, I don't have that. Okay, so, Commissioner Baldwin looks like he doesn't have that one either.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
So, Brevard County starting pay. He doesn't have that either.
These salary comparison current year, in case someone's missing.
Okay.
You have that one.
I have that one, yeah. Oh, okay, so, is this an extra, or did you just give away yours, Vice Mayor? Oh, okay, that's an extra, okay, that's. Okay, so it's just, nope, Mr. Reed doesn't have it either.
I'll have to pull one from back there.
We'll just
Yeah.
share it.
Okay, so this document is, document 2 walk-on, is 1 page long. It's a regular 8.5 by 11, and it's entitled Brevard County Police Officer Starting Pay Survey and 2025 Raises. So is this a replacement of something in the packet or just an addition?
Just an addition,
Just an
just for
addition.
informational purposes.
Okay.
The next one for informational purposes only is the FY '25 salary comparison current year. It lists the municipalities in Brevard County with the salaries for 2025 of the employees for each city.
Okay, so Doc 3 walk-on is entitled Fiscal Year 2025 Salary Comparison Current Year. It is a legal size page. It is only one page. And this is not a replacement, this is an addition.
Yes.
Okay, all right, and then the fourth document?
Is the FY 2026 comparative proposed city millage rates. This
Okay.
is also informational. In addition, it's not replacing anything. And it lists the current millage rates, the proposed millage rates, and the rollbacks with population, ad valorem taxes, and merit increases if we had it.
Okay. So those are 4 one-page documents each. One is a replacement, 7A for 7A. The other 3 are additional information. I also provided some information. This is just informational. It's over on the public table. Document 1 is 2 pages entitled Melbourne Beach Commercial Office Retail. And it has some information about basically the total square footage of office space, office retail commercial in Melbourne Beach. The second one, and this is pulled from assessor's information, is 1, 2, 4, 5 pages. The 5th page is paginated one, but it's 5 total pages. And this is a comparison that has similar data regarding commercial office retail space in the Atlantic. So those are on the public table. The clerk has those in each of the commissioners as well. So that's 6 walk-on documents. Documents 5 and 6 are more than 1 page. Okay, so with that said, we will turn it over to, is there something you'd like to say, Mrs. Kerr, for the record? No? Okay, could you tell us what it was that you were telling? I saw you whispering to the manager there.
Just about the
Yeah,
copies.
it's nothing.
Don't want to share that? No? Okay.
Not at this time. no.
Okay, all right. Is your microphone on? Would you like to go ahead, Ms. Mascara?
Mayor, I'm sorry. We've got public comment before we start new business.
Okay. Well, don't have an agenda. We will open it up to public comment. If there's anything you plan on speaking about that's on the agenda, and there's a number of things, including the fire department, that we will have votes on, that is on the agenda. You can only speak on an item once. So that is on the agenda. You will speak on that later when we have a vote. We do a motion in a second, then we go to public comment on that before we take a vote. So if you have anything to speak on that is not on the agenda, do. But if you want to speak about the fire department issue or other budget issues, those are things that we will be voting on, and it's on the agenda, so you'll have to wait for that time. And address the commission.
Press the button.
Jan Pence, 200 Riverside Drive. I just have a simple question for you, Mayor Dennington. Could you please pronounce Miss Mascaro's name correctly, or can you not read? Because it's not Mascara.
Point of order, ma'am.
That's fine. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's not on the agenda. I'm just asking you a simple question. Could you please be respectful to our mayor and call her by her appropriate name, Mascaro? Thank you.
You want me to be respectful to our mayor or our manager? Because you did say, okay.
Let me clarify. I meant to our manager, but I think you know what I meant. Mrs. Mascaro with a 0. O, not a 0, but an O, not an A.
Susan Stark, 307 Fifth Avenue. I would like to comment tonight about genuine communication and the importance of sharing accurate facts and informed opinions in person whenever possible, especially with high-stake topics. I have invested my time over the past 2 weeks in personally meet and discuss critical issues involving town manager and town commission relationships moving forward, as well as pros and cons of MBVFD Chief Brown's public presentation to the commission on February 5th, and June 17th this year. As a 41-year educator, now retired, I learned the importance of face-to-face communication. Over the past 2 decades, I have watched respectful communication decline with the advent of more and more reality TV show formats. I often said the Jerry Springer show format is not an acceptable form of conflict resolution, form of communication for conflict resolution. Reality TV formatted shows have seemed to have normalized public personal attacks and emotionally charged reactions when there is a disagreement between 2 people. There seems to be a general diminished ability to take a brief internal pause to think about what's being said and seek the information needed to clear up misunderstandings in a calm and deliberate manner. This diminished ability to communicate effectively and respectfully has also increased with the advent of email. Too often, emails can be hastily written when emotionally charged, where the messenger is hidden behind a computer screen and doesn't interact in person with the recipient. This prevents true communication and dialogue among people. Now, with smartphones, we have the ability to talk to our friends through text messages instead of calling and letting the conversation flourish and expand with spoken words. I have even greater concern about posts on social media platforms where there is a greater possibility to spread misinformation and take important facts and data out of context. The Nextdoor platform is not the place to debate critical issues. In a community where people should feel safe, there is no us versus them, there is only us. When facts are taken out of context and interspersed with personal opinion, then the information becomes distorted and skewed toward that person's opinion, not what is the greatest good for the greatest number of people in the community. Everyone is entitled to their opinion on a variety of subjects, but when it comes to public discourse on critical topics that affect a large number of people in a community, then those opinions should strive to be informed opinions supported by actual facts. Let's all strive to do better.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Stark. That was very well said, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other public comment on anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, we will close the regular public comment, and now we will turn it over to Ms. Mascara to present the budget. Really quick, did Mr. Commissioner Reed, because I know this is the meeting that you had called because you had set out a set of things that you believed that we needed to go and have a specific vote on. Did you want to set any kind of framework for this, or have Mrs. Mascara go ahead and start, or?
Well, I think the package that has those items in the front few pages there. So if we were going to go through those items, if she's going to explain those, then.
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, all right. Go ahead. So page 1.
Yeah, I don't know if the commission would like to, I mean, the budget is being submitted with these items that you need to vote on intact. So I feel it would be prudent at this time for you to go through the items that you need to vote on, because these will determine what changes, if any, will be taken in the budget, whether things are removed or moved or whatever the commission decides. I believe you should start by voting on some of these issues. You don't have to necessarily go in order, but I would say use this sheet. These are things that you need to decide upon. A lot of these are Commissioner Reed's. There are also other items that have been suggested by commissioners and things that you all need to weigh in on.
Just really quick, we've had this issue before about the pagination. So the copy that I got delivered to me, first page is not paginated, second page has page 2. The third page does not have a page number. The fourth page has page 2. Then it starts 3. Then it looks like, I think it does start to go in order. But when we go, I mean,
These are merely just cover sheets for the budget itself.
okay.
Yeah, so there's
Okay.
two separate. One is changes made to the actual budget, and the other 2 pages are items that the commission needs to vote on.
So really, okay, so these pages 1 and 2, and mine, they're out of order, are really sort of, the budget starts with the page 1 and 2 that is your fiscal update. That's where really for the packet, and these 1 through are the ones that remain in the budget to vote on is sort of the notes for, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna pull those out of order so that, to vote on. Okay. And then this, okay. So the first item that you have is on here. We don't have to take these in this order?
If you like,
Yeah.
I'm happy
I would
to
love
try
for
to
you-
lead it. if
Yes,
you-
I'd love for
if
you to.
want,
That'd be
so.
great, yeah. Because this was the meeting that you called with your list, so take it away.
All right, well, I'm going to jump ahead just a second here and go to page 11 in the package, which is the General Fund 001, Department 11, legislative expenses. All right, so in the first line there, 511,000 executive salaries, that's for the town commission, and that's at 16,200 for the year. Wanted to propose we cut that to $15,000, make it $3,000 per seat. And I recognize that would probably require an update to section 10.1 of the ordinances to do that.
I don't think the salary payment, I don't think that what we get paid is in the charter. I think if we want to increase the salary, we probably have to do it, but I have no problem. I donate my 3,800 back anyway, so,
So, yeah, it's not in the charter, it's in the Code of Ordinances,
yeah.
Chapter 10.
Okay,
So I'm going to make a motion that we reduce the executive salaries to a total sum of $15,000 in the FY26 budget. And that would be assigned at $3,000 for each of the 5 seats.
across the board. Okay,
It would require changing the ordinance,
yeah,
or it would require an ordinance to change
Yeah.
the code,
this is probably a short,
because it does say, yeah, $3,800 per year
yeah.
for the mayor, $3,100 for everybody else.
I'm fine with that. Is there, would there be a second for that?
So, can I just clarify, your motion is 3,000 flat across the board?
Yeah.
3,000 per seat even, yeah.
So the mayor position gets a little bit more, but I don't mind, I donate it back,
second.
so yeah. Okay, so we
No,
have,
Mayor, for clarification purposes, for you to donate it back means that you're accepting it
yes,
before giving it back, so.
no, I don't even get it. Really, you wanna go there?
The motion is,
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on us reducing our salary across the board? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 5-0. Okay, Mr. Reed, Commissioner Reed, next.
Sure.
So in order for that to be enacted, you need to do an ordinance?
It's gonna have to be an ordinance, first reading, second reading, regarding Chapter 10, Section 1.
are we gonna spend more in legal fees to
Yeah.
get this reduced than
Then
we
it's
are
worth, yeah.
in the actual savings of it?
It's not gonna take more than an hour and a half.
Okay.
So by October then, right when the new term starts? Okay, I just want to be sure that everybody's aware of that, so. Thank you.
So,
Next.
Okay.
We already voted on that, so it's passed.
Mayor, I was just actually trying to be efficient with getting the ordinance moved forward, so if we do it as a walk-on during our next regular town commission meeting tomorrow, that probably makes sense.
Okay, next.
All right, back up to page 3 of the package here, which is the memo, Town of Melbourne Beach items for Budget Commission vote. First item here is the salary increase of 3%. This has previously been called the COLA of 3%. So there's a number of positions in the spreadsheet here that you see that carry the 3% increases. And I was going to point out that if, in terms of CPI, this just got reported last week for the southeast region, which includes us here. The number was 2.3%. So the increase here that we're doing is actually would be a cost of living if you're basing saying cost of living based on CPI plus a 0.7% which is really, in my view, that's an employee appreciation and retention bonus, or however you want to, or incentive folded into the 3%. And that probably should be reflected that way in the summary, the budget summary that gets written up.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion that we limit any COLA increase to the actual published CPI? That would be, or,
I was just, needs to be clear, the words are important. So COLA is cost of living adjustment. That's technically recognized as CPI. And I'm happy to make the motion that we do the 3% salary increases for the indicated positions there, but that it needs to be reflected as, 2.3 based on CPI, and the rest is employee appreciation, retention
so you would,
increase.
so to separate them out as a 2.3 plus the 0.7% and call it something else, so that for tracking and clarity purposes. Would that be the motion?
I don't know if you have to separate it out, but I think it needs to be spelled out somewhere that that's how the number was comprised.
Okay.
So,
We would need a specific motion to be able to, unless we dispense with our rules, which could be done by a 4/5 vote, but if we get a motion in a second, we can go to public comment, or we can discuss. But, I would just suggest that we either separate them out and do it by COLA, or keep it together and call it a COLA plus, at 3%. But I think separating it out is,
okay, I'll make a motion that we call this the CPI plus employee appreciation and retention increase. So and it's comprised of the CPI number of, as it's reported currently, at 2.3% plus the 0.7.
okay? So we have a motion and a second. Would there be anyone willing to second that? And then we will go to public comment and discussion.
So I'm just going to ask a question. So are we, because the instructions are to vote on it to remove it, are we just kind of trying to window dress it? We're not trying to change the amount, right? Are we, do we need a motion to just change the name of it? Is that all we're asking you to do, is change the way we title it in the budget?
It's because the amount has always been in question, and not every category is 3%. So I believe.
But in this line item, this is
Right.
the 3%.
I believe Commissioner Reed is only talking about those that show 3%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's a more general question than that. Are we voting on things that are already in the budget? We're not. We're voting to remove things that are already in the budget, or to change them. Is that right?
Well, you need to confirm
Because maybe we could be
this-
here
right.
voting on every line item and affirming every line item that's already in the budget, or every assumption. I'm just
This
trying to
is-
get a sense for what we're really trying to do here tonight.
In this instance, you're confirming the amount, because there was always a lot of question about.
So you want us to
what
vote on each of these, just to
The-
have.
Right.
These are the ones
Yes.
that she
Yeah, it
wants,
says
yeah.
vote to remove though, not vote to
Yeah.
affirm.
Well, if we don't vote to remove them, I think they would stay.
That's my point, then
yeah.
we don't need to address it and go through
Yeah.
our imagination.
But I also think that he is allowed to make a motion to call it something more than just a cost of living increase for clarity. I would like to say something really quick. At the DOJ discussion, that the DOJ official came and spoke to all the elected officials at the Florida League of Cities, he specifically addressed COLA raises, specifically addressed this particular point, and said that COLA raises are COLA raises. They should be tied to the amount. Anything above that is a performance-based evaluation that you better have data for, because that's one of the things that they are looking for. And that historically cities have been doing COLA raises that are very widely and are not tied to the CPI. So I think that Commissioner Reed's point is a very valid one, that you can say it's semantics. It's really not. This is one of the specific things that the DOJ office is looking at is, are you giving raises that are tied to the cost of living, or do you have just, you're not tying it to the cost of living, in which case it's a performance, and we need to see the metrics that why are you giving performance raises? So I think, that's why I had suggested potentially breaking them out, because then we're not going to get hit with a report on the 2.3% at least, because we're tying that to the CPI. The 0.7 above that, I think, is not a huge amount, but that would be easier to justify. So, anyway,
So it's motion and second? No.
yeah.
Public comment?
So, we have motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the cost of living raise?
Who was the
Discussion?
second? I
Yes.
didn't catch a
Oh,
second.
I thought you said you seconded it. Oh, he told me there was a motion and a second. Don't we go to public- so I
You
thought,
said there was a motion and a second.
oh, yeah, sorry. I thought you seconded it. Okay, do we have a second, or does anyone want to revise?
I'll second
Or make it different? Okay. So could you restate the motion? Keep it together?
Okay, try to do this again. The 3% for the, let's see, the salary increase of 3% as it relates to the employee positions identified in the spreadsheet provided here by Ms. Mascaro this evening. So I am making a motion that we go with that 3% for those assigned employees, but that we delineate that the 2.3% is based on CPI, and the additional amount is an employee appreciation retention increase.
Okay. Would you like to second that motion?
I think that was the same motion.
Yeah, okay. And then we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Okay.
Marie V. Walker, 511 Riverside Drive. I have no issue with the semantics and the wording, Commissioner Reed, I think that's fine. However, the CPI for December 2024 was 2.9%. July of 2025, it was 2.7%. The CPI changes on a regular basis. So what's the cutoff that you're going to use? A CPI was 2.9%, and that was without core inflation. So I think we're getting into economics here, but I have no problem with you saying if it's going to be COLA and it's 2.9%, 2.9% is tied to the CPI and the additional 1%. But I have a problem with the numbers because the CPI changes, and I want to make sure we're not including core inflation if we get into economics. So that's my thing. Where are you going to make the cutoff? Which CPI are we going to use? 2024 December, July now? So that's my comment. I have no problem with what you're trying to do. I think it makes sense. But it's the 2.3 or whatever that I have a problem with. So that's it.
Do I answer?
I believe, I restated that if you could answer if you could do it in 1 minute. Yeah.
I'm citing the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics Southeast Information Office that was published just last week for the most current of being July through as of July of this year.
The question, yeah, but the question's asked and answered, and I think he chose the region we're in with the most recent report. Yeah. We have a motion and a second. Public comment? Yes, come on, Ms. Hardman.
Hi, Lauren Hardman, 326th Avenue. Good evening, everyone. It's been a while since I've been up here with my little book that I don't have, but Robert's Rules of Order. So already I see tonight that it's not being followed. Motion was made, and then questions were asked, and the discussion was made before it was even seconded. All I'm asking is that you stay with Robert's Rules of Order. It's a simple question, but it needs to be seconded before discussion happens. I think the meetings will go a lot faster if you stay with the protocol. Thank you.
Hi, Bruce Larson, 1507 Pine Street. Thank you, Commissioner Reed. The issue is about justification. So there may be a smaller amount of money, but the ability to rationalize a decision has to have something to back it up. So I appreciate Commissioner Reed's intent there to say, what's the reasoning behind this? Is it cost of living, in which case it needs to be tied to something, in which case you take those things because they're real. Now, Social Security cost of living allowance, that is something that's done annually, and they forecast it for the next year. It's currently forecasted to be 2.7% for 2026, and that's what your Social Security wage earners or Social Security insurance beneficiaries will get. The CPI is a consumer pricing index, and that is put out monthly, and it is 12 months in arrears. So today's number is relevant to the last 12 months, and it is the best. And it is also while the Social Security number is national, the CPI number can also be regionally broken out. Core inflation is the national aggregation of CPI. So those are three different things. Any of them are fine. Pick one of them and say that's what we're basing it on, then it's justified. And to giving Ms. Mascaro the leverage and the opportunity to say, then in addition to that, we appreciate our employees. They're critical to the operation of the town. We need to keep them. We're going above and beyond. That's a merit increase. So you have performance increases or that are bonuses for doing a good job. We don't have performance metrics to be met yet in the town, but a merit increase would be something on top of a cost of living. So you can have a cost of living, and you can pick any number you want, any of those three numbers. CPI last trailing 12 months for the Southeast region, core inflation, which is a national number, or Social Security projections for the next year. Any of those work. That's justification adequate enough. But the point I'm trying to make is anything that goes into the budget, while this is a small issue, it's an important one. Justify it. Most, if not all, of our changes are lacking in some level or another of that justification. So this is a perfect, easy issue. Justify it. Even just one sentence saying that our employees are important to us. We're going above and beyond the whatever index you want to choose for that year, and make it go in there. But that's justification. So I think it's much more than just what are we calling it? It's certainly not window dressing. This is about justification. Lacking a statement like that, then it's not justified.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Nay. I'm opposed to any increases at this time without getting the information that we were supposed to get last month. We still haven't gotten the performance evaluations, so that's the reason why I'm voting against it. Other than that, I agree with Mr. Reed. So, okay, next, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
So what was the tally on?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. I believe that was a 3-2. With Vice Mayor and myself voting, Mayor voting against. So that carries.
Okay.
And I will only say that I'm voting against it because there was no definition to the timetable with which the index was referenced.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Reed, what was the what's?
All right, going down the next bullet here on that same page, page 3 of the package, is the salary increases that are greater than 3%. So there's the police chief, fire chief, town clerk, groundskeeper, maintenance worker, and police admin. I guess we can go down those each one at a time.
Yes.
All right, so we'll start with police chief. According to the information we have presented to us here this evening, police chief is up for a 15% increase in the annual salary. So I'm going to make a motion that I am opposed to the 15% increase. I think that is, let me back up. So I'm opposed to the 15% increase, while the police chief has certainly made improvements in the department and the interactions with the people in town, very noticeably so, and with his officers and staff. The 15% is a significantly large increase for 1 year, and I hadn't gotten the full picture of the justification for all that.
Okay, we have a motion to reject the 15% increase by Mr. Reed. Do we have a second? I'll pass the gavel and make a second motion, a second on that. So you will be chair. We have a motion and a second. We'll go to public comment and you'll.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that. We have a motion and a second. We will open it up for public comment.
Hi, my name is Doug Helms, 443 Riverview Lane. I wasn't planning on speaking about the police chief increase, but I think 15% is quite large for anybody. I doubt there's anybody in this room that's ever received a merit promotion of 15%. It seems quite excessive. The amount of budget request here that is out here is a 20% increase from last year overall, okay? That is quite frankly absurd, all right? I just am shocked that this budget was even seeing the light of day to be proposed. I have a lot of data on that I'll read later on when we talk about the full over budget, but I'm against the idea of anybody getting that kind of increase, especially given that from what I saw in the budget, none of the performance reviews were released to the commission, and I think that's wrong, okay? That is not the town manager's right to withhold those from the commission. The commission oversees the town manager, and the commission should definitely have access to that information. So I'm against any increases until that information is provided.
Thank you. Next.
Bruce Larson, 1507 Pine. Yeah, so this is exactly where I was trying to get to, and I won't do this for every item, but justification. If 15% is or is not the right number, but without any justification, how would you know? So you can't make it, I would offer that it would be very difficult to make a decision on that. Now, if you have a set of performance metrics, do these things, and the chief probably would have exceeded them, then that's a fair statement to say, we're going to go above and beyond because you far exceeded the expectations. But if the expectations are nil from a performance perspective, performance metric perspective, then there's no justification for this. So I'm not opposed to anybody getting a 15%. I would have loved to have one when I was working. And had I dramatically overachieved in my goals, for my role for the companies, so be it. Then I would have felt deserving of that. But lacking the justification is, I think, the point I'm trying to make, and it's rife throughout the budget. And thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Next.
Steve Walters, 416 6th Avenue. I think the chief is doing a good job. But I thought we had first of all, I've never heard of this before. In the 23 years I was employed, and then the 6 or 8 on the commission, or 10, whatever it was, we gave everybody the same raise. Now, sometimes management, top management, like the manager, will want to make sure hers gets up there or his gets up there. So what do? You give it to the other department heads. I'd much rather see it go to this young officer over here so we can have no problems retaining officers, and those are the ones that are on the scale at the lowest. I've never heard of giving somebody other than the entire staff more than a 3% or 6% or 7%, whatever it is. So I think that though the chief's doing a good job, and maybe when the next manager gets in here, he might come in and recommend a change in the budget. I don't know. But I do know why it's being done, and I don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that goes for not just the chief, but everybody on the list. So I don't know why we've got to go through the whole list.
Frank LaGrassa, 412 First Avenue. I wasn't going to say anything because I really didn't know how to articulate my feelings, but everything everybody said makes a lot of sense to me, and I just like to say ditto. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Public comment closed. Open for commission discussion. Mr. Baldwin?
So this is a vote against the 15% increase. There's not a substitute percentage recommended, right?
Not according to the existing motion.
Not to the existing motion. If you wanted to entertain something, I guess. I mean,
We'd have to vote on the first one, and then it could be,
Thank you.
there you go.
Yeah, no, that was just a
Or you could
point of
ask,
clarification. That's
you
all.
could ask if somebody, as mayor, you can ask if you want to amend the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
That's a great question, because I'm struggling with this, because I understand that these employees are they report to the town manager, and that's her responsibility to make these decisions. However, we approve this, and without any information, and of course, I think the chief is amazing, but my metrics, amazing is not, is not proper. So I don't have any metrics, I don't have any performance, I'm uncomfortable with that as well, having been in HR and gone through this many times. So I wish there was some other way we could look at this, I guess.
I have a comment.
Yes.
I mean, the reason why I've seconded that is because this is not the end of the budget, so there's always time, she could come back with the actual information that we were gonna get from a month ago, where we have time to review it, and then, based on reviewing it, we might, or we could revise this again and say, we vote down the 15%, just whatever, but it could come back, and with data, any one of us or the manager could come back with another number. But since we haven't been given that data a month ago, that's why, for me, I'm just, anyway.
Thank you. Yeah, I see.
Any other discussion? So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank you.
So I think it's logical to follow that up with a request of Ms. Mascaro to, oh, wait. So, Ms. Mascaro, I think it's logical to just say, I think if you could prepare, to Bruce Larson's point, a justification, for these particular individuals, and then, understanding that I think the general consensus is 15% for anybody is probably on the high side, too high side. So if you could come back to us with justification for, and an individual recommendation for those roles, that might help us move forward.
I can. The commission can also come up with their own figure. That's certainly something, if you have a figure that you think would be more reasonable, you're certainly able to suggest that.
Well, we are, but I think it would all be based on information.
On
that we don't have
information.
today, so.
Right.
Real quick, just for the record, I think we are supposed to, for the clerk to say that we're supposed to say for the record, the motion carried 5-0, so. Okay, so next,
So
Commissioner Reed.
that's a question. Will you
I think we need to make a motion.
bring that? Okay.
I did have a discussion with the town attorney about the performance evaluations, and he did tell me beforehand that he thinks that they are getting that to us. It just wasn't going to be, again, unfortunately, before this evening, so.
Yes, but you also have access to it via the Doge portal. So there are the employee evaluations on there, so if you go on there, you can pull those up.
But do we all have access after the most recent? Because the mandatory one, is it the same portal?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. I would still like them printed. I have enough stuff that if they could just print them, because, excuse me, I don't literally get paid to do this, so I could spend an hour going through that Doge portal, or you could just provide them. It's been a month. We were supposed to get them before then, but.
Just one of the uploads from the police department was 99 pages.
The performance evaluations for the chief? The whole department?
No, the
But-
whole packet
But for
of
the chief? Okay.
performance evaluations,
Yeah.
just one was 99 pages.
What I was referring to in my comment is just the justification for these individuals called out here in this bullet, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So that would be 6 you could pull, and if we wanted to look at any of the other ones, we could go in there on our own. I think that would be a reasonable reduction.
If you can provide instructions on access to the Doge portal,
Yeah.
I'll
I-
give it a go.
I did it at the very beginning a long time ago when it was the very first one. It does take a minute, but you have to
That
get
would-
it,
that would
you
come
have to
from
get a
Doge.
code, yeah.
That would
You-
come from Doge, not from us.
Yeah, and I think that you guys requested that there only be one person with access, so we may have to.
I think that we do.
All right, okay.
Okay, so the percentage increases of the 6 employees with merit above the 3% combined CPI and merit are tabled until our next budget discussion.
Well, we just did the police chief, but I do think because of the way that vote went, it does seem like maybe that all across the board, but we would need a motion on that, because that last motion was just the police chief one.
So I would like to make a motion that we table the merit increase discussion till the next budget discussion pursuant to us reviewing the merit increase justifications and the performance reviews.
Okay, so we did the police chief. That would then include fire chief, town clerk, groundskeeper, maintenance worker, and police. We have a motion to table all of those, the other ones, until we get the performance evaluation information for those specific 6.
A second?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment?
Press the button, Doug.
Yeah, green is good. There you go.
There we go. Sorry, Doug Helms, 443 Riverview Lane. I just want to make one more comment about this. I appreciate the fact the commission wants to look at the performance reviews first. The other thing I suggest you look at is comparable salaries in the area. I just was a board member of the Daily Bread, and when we did the executive director's salary increase, we actually compared it to other nonprofits in the area so that we weren't getting out of line with what else was offered. I do believe in paying competitive salaries, but I don't believe in excess promotions without having relevant data. So I would appreciate if the commission looks at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment on that. We have a motion and a second to table all of the additional beyond the 3% increases until we get further information on performance evaluation metrics. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 5-0. Mrs. Brown? Okay. The next one, Mr. Reed, do you want to, which one are we taking?
Right, so the next one is then, the next bullet down is the salary increases for employees less than a year. So there's a number, let's see, there's a few positions in here that were just staffed in the last, I'll say 6 months to a year or less. And let's see, we have the building official, and in the information provided here, there's a 0% increase. We have an admin assistant that recently joined, and I don't know, how long has she been?
May.
It's, so 3 months.
Right, be 5 months in October.
5 months, okay, 5 months in October. All right, so we have, there's a 3% increase for that individual. Let's see, there is.
I think it's the deputy clerk too, is the other one maybe?
Yeah, the deputy clerk, deputy town clerk, who transitioned from the admin assistant to deputy town clerk and got a salary bump and a reclassification, I think, in that transition in the last year as well. I feel like I'm missing something else, but.
Yeah, your page doesn't list those. Can you give us a definite list so that we're not?
The code enforcement officer.
Okay, the code
Oh,
enforcement.
there we go, thank you. I forgot to bring my sheet.
So there's 4. Okay. 4 positions that are under 6 months, or under less than a year right now. Okay.
Right.
And this was one that we also, I think, talked about last month, so, yeah.
Right, so I'll make a motion then, is that, my motion was that the individuals have been here for less than a year's time, should not be receiving the 3% increase that we were trying to describe earlier.
Okay,
A second.
okay. We have a motion and a second to not have increases there's 4 employees who've been here less than 6 months, less than a year. Is there any public comment?
Sorry, can you restate the motion?
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Sorry, did I? She would like you to restate the motion.
Okay, I'll restate the motion. So we have 4 positions in the salary information that was provided for us here this evening. Deputy town clerk, admin assistant, building official, and code compliance. 3 of those positions show a 3% increase. So my motion is that for those individuals that I just cited, three of which have the 3% indicated for them, is that I'm opposed to that salary increase.
Okay.
Is part of your motion to say when that increase would apply? Like, is it at their anniversary month of hire? Otherwise, they'd go potentially 18 months without an increase.
We're on the fiscal year
Yeah.
schedule.
That's, yeah.
Okay. So they would go 18 months or longer without an increase?
They could, yeah.
Yeah. Which would be something that when that time came, if they were still here, the commission could say, that would be, that'd be a factor. You could say you'd give them slightly more if you wanted to or not, but so it could be corrected.
I mean, do you want to modify the motion to add that reevaluation and at the 12-month point, or?
I think so, because I think it set up the expectations when you're interviewing and hiring somebody. This is
I'm not opposed to that. Sorry.
No, we're not supposed to discuss
Yeah, I mean, we're
this
not
right
really
now.
supposed to be, we
Sorry.
have a motion and a second, and we went to public comment, so we're supposed to call the vote, but you can't ask someone if they would modify it if you don't intend to vote for it, but you might vote for it if they modify it, but otherwise, we're gonna call the vote. Okay, we'll call the vote. All in.
We get discussion after.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
I thought you did discuss.
No, I was
Go ahead.
waiting for the proper procedure.
Okay.
So I think if we were to do the merit increases on the anniversary date of either date of hire or shift into new position, for the, actually, let me ask a quick question to the finance manager real quick. Historically, because I don't know the answer to this, have all increases been done with the fiscal year, or have anything been dealt with anniversary dates?
It's the fiscal year.
Okay.
So,
Wait, it's her turn,
just-
and we
okay.
all get to go. It's her, because we're on her 3 minutes. So I have a quick thing to say too, but I'm waiting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to doing, I mean, I feel like some of these positions are not controlled about the timing versus the fiscal year and shouldn't necessarily be penalized with a delay and an increase. So I think taking into consideration some sort of interim increase after a hire before the next fiscal year is reasonable. And should be tied to the anniversary date of their either shift into that position or date of hire.
Are you done with your?
Yes.
I have something to say to you, but you want me to go? Okay. We are going to be getting a new manager soon, and I suspect when they come in, because everyone's going to be new to them, I think that what they're going to do is they're going to be reviewing the job evaluation or job descriptions. They're going to be, potentially setting some performance metrics. They're going to have an opportunity to sort of work with everybody. And in my mind, we're a municipality, and we are required by law to do budgets, and we're on a fiscal cycle. And you're always going to have people that come in or out. Private companies can do stuff like that, but we are on a budget cycle. So, I mean, that's why I believe that we just, cut it at, if you haven't been there for a certain amount of time, you don't get it. But if you're there long enough and you stay, because a lot of times people don't, but if you stay, the manager will have an opportunity to then come to us and say, I mean, they could even come to us with a budget resolution amendment and say, you guys talked about this when you did the budget, and because of the time they came in the budget cycle, but they are doing a good job, here's the data. They could always come to us then or correct it at the next budget cycle. So, because I feel like otherwise it starts to get too confusing to kind of adjust things. We're in a budget cycle, we stay in a budget cycle. That's just my opinion, so.
Go ahead. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess I don't oppose the idea of doing an annual reevaluation for people that come in midstream, but not across the board. And to do that seems reasonable to do. But but after that point, then we are on a fiscal calendar, and any major place I've worked with, I mean, my increases were not tied to never tied to my start date, so.
So could we consider, Ms. Kerr, have we ever done anything like not giving it to someone who's been here 6 months? Is it typically our standard practice, if you've been here 6 months and the budget includes a overall, increase for everyone, does it get applied to everyone, even if you've only been here 6 months?
Since I've been here, it's been on the fiscal year. So if they came in June and fiscal year is 10-1, then their raise fell on that point, yes.
Okay, all right, so that's been our practice to do it that way.
Correct.
This would be a deviation from our typical practice.
Correct.
Is it an alternative to just give them a pro rata increase effective 10-1? So let's say they've been here, 3 months, so that's a quarter of that, 3% or whatever increase we do. Is that something that would be hard to administer, and how does that sound to you?
It's whatever you guys decide.
You can make it happen?
Whatever you guys decide.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you guys think of that idea? Program.
I like what Tim said. I mean, in private places, you tie it to your year date because turnover is high in a lot of different places, and you don't bend over, if you do that for everyone, I don't know, I feel like allow them to be there a year and tie it to the date.
I'll take my additional minute to say, I think that you actually articulated that well, Commissioner Baldwin. I think taking into account a pro rata situation for those that have been here less than 1 year and tying it to the fiscal, it makes sense and is reasonable.
Otherwise, they could actually be here almost 2 years. with
Correct.
an adjustment. So do we need to vote on the motion at hand?
We have the motion, which is not that one, but if
Right, no.
that passes or fails, somebody else can make another motion. Is there anyone else like to make their additional minute comment? No? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Everyone's had a chance to speak. We went to public comment. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Tim's?
Yes, Tim.
Sorry,
Which I believe you seconded.
I did.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye, okay. All opposed? And I didn't hear you, Vice Mayor.
I said aye.
You said aye. Okay, so that looks like that carries 4-1 with Commissioner Baldwin dissenting.
I would like to make an additional motion. I would actually like to make a motion that for those employees that have been here for less than 1 year, that we pro rata the intended 3% combined CPI and merit increase to their date of hire or adjusted placement in new position.
Can I ask a clarification on your motion? Would that be just the ones here now? Or because if you make that motion without a clarification, you could have somebody that gets hired, leaves or gets hired, and it would be applicable to them because they'd be less than a year before the budget. Is it just the existing 4? I'm just asking for a clarification. Or are you making it general? It wouldn't necessarily only apply to those.
I would actually make it general, and it applies to the scenario.
So it would apply to anybody if they met that qualification?
Correct.
Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Would you consider doing it effective 10-1, Dawn? Because then that puts them on the same cycle as everybody else. Just do it pro rata, but that new salary would start 10-1, not on their date of hire.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what, but pro rata to their either date of hire
Yes.
or their placement in the new position to the fiscal year starting 10-1.
Got it, yeah. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment?
Marie V. Walker, 511 Riverside Drive. Why wouldn't cost of living is cost of living? Why would you not give a person a cost of living adjustment just because they've been here for a lesser amount of time? It's not a merit-based increase. I'm confused by that. And we do it at 6 months at Florida Tech. If you've been there for 6 months, you get whatever everybody else gets. And we have a high turnover there too. So I don't understand why we're cutting cost of living out. I understand maybe merit, but I don't understand the cost of living part. That's my comment.
Bruce Larson, 1507. So as I understood, the motion was for cost of living and merit, and I think those have to be separate issues. Cost of living, as Ms. Walker just mentioned, that's appropriate. If you've been here 4 months, then you should get the cost of living on the 6th month that you've been in your position. That's completely appropriate, and that's easy enough to budget for, whether it be pro rata reduced throughout the whole year, or on your 6th month you get the full 3% for what you're talking about. That's completely fair, as Mr. Bob was saying, and it's easy enough to budget, and it's more precise. How many months of something are you budgeting for? But don't lump merit in there. Those are separate things, and I would hope that you're looking forward to a differentiation between cost of living increases and merit being performance. And you don't just automatically get merit. You have to have something you tried to achieve, and you achieved it or exceeded it or didn't achieve it. So merit separate from cost of living. Cost of living, my recommendation would be to prorata it, as Commissioner Baldwin said. But for budgeting ease, just say it on the 6th month, then you pop up to that new rate. That's fair for everybody, and doesn't discriminate against for cost of living, because it is relevant. But you just got the raise or a new position, just came here, you're hired at that rate, and on the 6th month you pop up to where everybody else was. But merit is deferred to a full year-end cycle.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I have a qualification on yours. So when you say, do you have it a 6-month limit, or no, there's no 6 month, like anybody, if they're here for a week, but
I was
would that?
just saying pro rata it.
Okay. So there's not a 6-month minimum qualification part to yours? No. And then that second question I have is, because we did separate out that 3% to the 2.3 and 7, it would be pro rata of the 2.3 or pro rata of the 2.
So I'll just make a
3?
revision. How, can I make a revision, please?
Yes, that's just clarification, because.
Okay. Well,
Please
I'm not
do.
going to clarify that. I'm going to actually make a revision.
Okay.
Because I was using the 3% combination, and to Mr. Larson's point, we are trying to shift the mindset to a cost of living and a merit increase. So for, the motion would be for the employees that have not been here for less than a year, or in either as a new hire or in their position. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so the motion is gonna be for those employees that are here for less than a year, either placed in a new position, and have been here in existence and got a payroll increase for that new job, or have been hired new employees to the town, that they get a pro rata, or they get their cost of living increase as stated on 10/1 at the 6-month mark after their date of hire.
At that 2.3%, which is what we established
what I just
earlier.
said.
But you didn't use the 2.3%.
No, I just said CPI,
Okay.
cost of living.
But
I
I'm-
didn't say merit, I said cost of living. That cost of living number could change next year, so I didn't want to say 2.3.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but we already voted on that 2.3 as being the number. We've already had a vote and that carried. So that's why I'm trying to get clarification. Because is your vote going to be that because that was an actual vote, that was what we decided, and that did carry. But if you don't want it to
For
be that.
this year,
you don't-
that cost of living is 2.3. That's why I'm referencing cost of living.
That 2.3 that we voted on as that's the cost of
It's
living.
semantics, Mayor.
No, it's not really, though. So I still don't understand. Is it that 2.3 or some other potential floating number?
It's the 2.3 for your purposes, which also is the cost of living number that we
decided on?
agreed to.
Okay, so, does everyone understand the motion? I'm not sure I do, but I do know she has said
But
it's
that number will
tied to that
change.
2.3%.
It's not always going to be 2.3.
But no, because when October 1st comes, for all the other people that are getting that 3%, it's not going to change for them because we just voted that that's a 2.3 cost of living. That was the most recent one because we
I
voted.
know, I meant going
Yeah,
forward.
but on that same
just talking
day, on
this
October
budget, so
1st,
you're right.
if we're not tying it to that same number for everyone else, that 2.3%, we're saying, well, it's whatever the current number is. It
Right.
could be higher or lower. But I think if we ought to tie to the same one everyone else is going to get on that October 1st. Mr. Knight, I feel like you want to say something. Do you want to?
My only comment is, obviously, I'm not up there, but if you're basing it off, you should base it off the 2.3%, which is what you're basing it off with everybody else.
Thank you. That's why I was trying to get clarification on it, as to what your
That's-
motion was.
So that is what it is, yes.
Okay, all right, so it is tied to that 2.3%.
Yes.
So.
It'll be a pro.
One quick clarification then from Vice Mayor's motion there. So it's effective 10/1, the pro rata port is done 10/1, or is that 6 months from their hire date?
As I stated, I revised it to the 6th month after their placement into their position or data hire.
So there's no pro rata. Which is fine. So, okay, so it's not pro rata then? No. Okay.
No, it is not.
Okay. We would need a new second on that. Is there a second on that motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. We will go to public comment. Is there any public comment on the new motion that Vice Mayor has made? I'm sorry. Yeah, I know.
Between us, we're not sure.
We're all clear. Yeah.
My understanding was on 10/1, if the employee has been with the town at 6 months, they would get the 2.3. Is that correct?
No. The revision was that they would get the cost of living adjustment. In my own head was that they would get the 2.3% at the 6-month mark. But is that an administrative?
6 months from their date of hire or into the position. So
Correct.
it could be 11/1, whenever the 6-month mark occurs.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, a revised motion from the Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Baldwin. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. I still don't exactly understand the motion. All right, we'll go next. And I feel like people should be here a year before they get a change in their salary. Okay. The next one we have, is there any other salary? I think that the next one on the list is the police accreditation.
Right, so next item here is the police accreditation that Chief Zander was asking for. So there was, police accreditation. It was $18,000 in this fiscal budget, and then there's a number of years that it continues on, but we're just talking about this budget, so it would be $18,000 in the 26 budget. So I am going to make a motion that I'm opposed to the $18,000 for police accreditation in the 2026 budget.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Vice Mayor?
So there are 4 items on here that pertain to the police budget. And I was wondering if the commission would combine these 4 into potentially discussion and topics as we evaluate the police budget in total.
I would be opposed to that. I mean, this was the list that Commissioner Reed kind of put forward. There were really specific items. That's how it got on here. I think we've been going actually pretty somewhat, I think we could go through these, but you could, we already have a motion in a second, so.
Yeah, I tried to
revise
break them out so that they can be handled individually. So, I mean,
Yeah.
we'd be talking about them individually.
Yeah, I feel
there
like
as well, so.
we would wind up talking about it all individually, and then we'd wind up disagreeing on different parts, and it would take longer than just doing each one.
Okay, and the reason why I asked it the way that I asked it is there, so these basically represent 28, stipend, 28, 58, $60,000 in total. And trying to understand if the intention here is to remove 60,000 in total, or are you looking at some sort of negotiation to allow potentially the police chief to determine an allocation less than what his total budget number is to determine what category is a priority?
No, I didn't. I made the list based on the individual items. They're not in any particular order. These are just as I wrote them down on a piece of paper, going through them. Breaking, like I said earlier, breaking them out so that we can address them independently. In the early budget negotiations, I believe it was you that asked the police chief if he had anything that he would consider, passing on. And I don't think any of the answer I don't think was any of these. So this is an opportunity for us to vote on these individual things, because eventually we're gonna have to vote on the budget as a whole, and then we've already hashed at least these specific items out.
Yeah, that's what I recall too. I believe that there was no consensus on a number of these items. They kept being put back into the budget, and there was discussions about them. And so I think that the reason why Commissioner Reed took some of these things out, because there was no consensus. So, but they kept showing them the budget, and you did ask that question, and I think it was like I don't know I don't think I could take anything out, or wouldn't. And so that was why they got put in here, so that we could either we could have a straight up and down vote. If there's a majority on any one of them, then the next round they go in the budget, and we don't have to keep talking about it. But that way we can clear this out. So I would like to say on the accreditation and the mental health, I spoke at the FLC conference. There's some free options for both of those. And so I originally was supportive of these and would like to be able to do it, but money doesn't grow on trees. So no, it's she's doing my time. So I would just like a straight up and down vote. That way we can talk about each one, and then they can get either kept in the budget or removed if there's a majority. So we do have a motion and a second, and I believe you've had your time. Mrs. Butler, you'll be able to have another minute if you want to. We already did. We closed public comment.
I've got a follow-up.
Yeah, you just had a question, but we still have the existing motion on the floor. So it's Mrs. Butler. She's the only one that hasn't gotten to speak yet.
Is there an opportunity to revisit with the chief to see if there is any priority that you have now that we're going to take a look at this? And if that's the route we take, I would love to be able to take into consideration your thoughts, if that's admissible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I indicated initially and individually that if we had to take something off, it would be the car. So I mentioned that to all of you.
Oh, we did that. That's right.
Yeah.
That is correct. Apologize. Yeah. But the other ones, is there any other, if you were going to rank them in order, since I think that is kind of what, but would there be something else? Since we do have a vote on this, we're going to maybe go down the line. Would you care to rank them if you wanted to?
I did that as well.
Oh, okay.
Via email to all of you.
Okay.
I did rank them. Currently, I would have the stipends being first. The accreditation manager, the mental wellness will be second. The accreditation would be third. So that was my ranking initially that I sent to all of you in email.
Okay. I apologize. I don't recall that. Maybe a while ago. Thank you, Chief, for clarifying that. Does that help, Mrs. Butler?
Yes, thank you so
Okay.
much.
All right, would anybody else like to speak for a second time? We have a motion and a second to vote on. Okay, the motion was to remove it, correct? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
And then I believe that was, motion by, Commissioner Reed, second by Commissioner Baldwin. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that motion carries 3-2. I would like to give you that information about the accreditation that I got, Chief Zander. Okay, so the next item is the police mental health, the $10,000 item. Maybe rather before we go to a motion, we could just go, because we're doing motion second, public comment, but we could maybe say our comments now, then take a motion, because it might, then we don't have to go back and forth, but. Yeah, okay. So does anyone have a motion they'd like to make? Or discussion?
So on the police mental health, $10,000 in this next fiscal year budget. So my comment is on that is that I understand what the police chief is seeking to do for his staff, and I understand that. I would like to. We also have firefighters, so I would like a solution to see a solution that encompasses all the first responders, not just the police portion of it. So that's my in this the way we're going for this budget now. So my motion would be that we do not do this $10,000 in this budget year.
I'd like to use my time really quick and say that I got some information at the, because I think this might help everybody. I got some information that there's the opioid settlement that occurred. All of the states got money, and right now there's a program for all police officers and firefighters they get 4 hours each of mental health counseling services. Under this program, you apply. It's a completely free program using the opioid settlement. And so that, for me, when I found that out, I thought that would be a great program for not only our police officers, but all of our firefighters, volunteers included. He said, he was like, you can sign everyone up, and I was like, maybe I could, I don't know. I need to make sure it's read, but I will get the information for my chiefs. And it's a one-page form. You can do it online, Chief, but it does offer 4 hours. It also offers a set of university courses and credits that they can get for free as well that are web-based. It's a great program. It's from the opioid settlement. So anyway, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's great. We've talked to several different companies, several different groups. There's all kinds of different things out there, but I think what we're getting away from is exactly what we're trying to pinpoint on. We're trying to pinpoint on an officer goes to a call and a baby dies, and that officer needs to see somebody right then. I need to be able to call someone and have them come out and respond and be able to interact with that officer for an immediate response, not something where you go online, you talk to somebody that's in Connecticut or California. Somebody local that will be able to come out and do that, and then create that bond, and then the officer or that employee can keep going back to them, and it provides the budget that I accounted for provides for a couple visits for that officer to go continue to see that person. After those couple visits are up, if they continue on, then insurance would kick in and so on and so forth. But it kind of is a free option to our employees to get that immediate response. Not necessarily something that's online or that you go log on to a computer and talk to somebody in Utah. And that's what a lot of those things are. A lot of those ones are.
But that is, yeah, that is what, I mean, you are still talking to someone.
It's just not the same.
But what I was told was that they were specifically trained to only, that's what they counsel as police officers and fire.
Yeah. And that's fantastic for further help. But not necessarily immediate response, someone that can come out right then. But that's just my thought.
Did anyone?
There's a motion, there's no second.
There's a motion.
I'll pass the gavel and make a second, and I've already used my time, so I'll make a second. So the motion is Tim Reed to remove and I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second to remove the 10,000 police mental health. We'll open it up for public comment.
Lauren Hardman, 326th Avenue. So, I figured you're probably going to know what I'm going to say. I cannot handle sitting in the back and watching how you guys are not doing Robert's Rules of Order. You make a motion, then you go into 10 minutes of talking, and then you go into questions, and then finally down the road, 15 minutes, 20 minutes later, then it gets seconded. Then you go through it all again. You guys would take hours off of these meetings if you just stuck to Robert's Rules of Orders. Please, if someone up there could just nicely nudge someone to say, hey, we got to second this. We got to second this before we go into any discussion, whether big, good, bad, or indifferent. Is anybody listening up there? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Marie V. Walker, 511 Riverside Drive. Please do not remove this. This is when people do things to themselves. Please don't remove it. Not in today's world. Like he said, they see a baby die in front of them, they need instant help. Don't remove this. This is serious. Don't. It's $10,000, but it can save people's lives. Please don't do this. And talking to people on a, I get what you're saying, but please don't do this.
Walter Hardman, 326th Avenue. It's real easy. I've gone through plenty of budgets where my managers have sat there and taken a red pencil and drawn things out. Real easy to sit there and look at $10,000 and go, oh, hey, I'm going to save our budget by doing that. Hey, I'm feeling some emotion here, all right? You ever been in a trauma situation? Don't take this away. You may not have to use it, but if you need it, you need it. And so does the person that's going through that trauma that needs the help then. She made a very good point. This is when someone takes their life because they can't handle what they've seen. Don't take that red pencil and say, woo, I'm going to save us $10,000. I'm good. I'm great. No, you're not. Don't take this out.
Thank you. Next.
Bruce Larson, 1507 Pine. I believe that very early on in the budget cycle, the chief was asked to articulate the justification for this. He did then. He's done again so tonight. So from the theme of justify what we're asking for, I think that has been done. But I want to sort of double down on Mr. Hardman's comments of, and also to Commissioner Reed. This is all first responders. It's not just police officers that are prone to being witness to some traumatic event. In fact, possibly even more so with firefighters, depending upon the jurisdictions. And again, I will articulate, as I did last time, this is not something to be played with. While yes, you can actuarialize it and talk about the financial challenges if we are sued for something, this is people that work with us and for us every day. There's people that are protecting our community. We care about them. But more importantly, when bad things happen, people take their lives. And as Mr. Hardman just mentioned, I come from a community where suicide is a very serious issue. And only recently, in recent years, are people taking a real stand and saying, we're going to invest proactively to make sure that doesn't happen, going even beyond what the chief is asking for, which is real-time personalized intervention, but rather even to the proactive mode of actually before an event ever happens. So how can you get prepared if that situation ever happens to you? So I'm in full support of that type of need. The need exists, the justification has been there, but I fully agree with Commissioner Reed's discussion on it should apply to all first responders. It's not just a police-centric issue. So I will double down on what everybody else was just saying on this is something that should be in there. Yes, it is $10,000. No, it doesn't seem cheap. And it's one of the few things that I've seen that are truly justified in these budget additions and increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Bruce Pickett, 1501 Oak. If you take this off, You just told us what you consider the value of a first responder, police, fire, whomever, under $10,000.
Thank you, Mr. Pickett.
Dan Brunger, 6th Avenue. I see there's a lot of emotion about issues with these traumatic events. In my past, the individuals that have been hired by the police departments, by fire departments, by other entities, I think should be vetted. Can they handle this situation in the first place? If they can't, why are they first responders? Why are they police officers? And maybe what we need, if we have this issue, is that maybe a police department, maybe a fire department, maybe one of these other first responders, emergency service, maybe they might need to send their people to a course before they even become one. Think about that.
Thank you, sir.
Frank LaGrossa, 412 First Avenue. I previously stated how I feel about this, and I just want to repeat it. I spent 27 years in the fire department in New York City, many of them in the ghetto, and not just I, but I don't know, I can't think of one guy that needed care that he couldn't get, if he even did need the care. I think there was all kinds of help for us. Municipalities take care of us as a group, far better than many other professions. Politically, they don't frequently. When the poop hits the fan and they don't back the police or the fire. But in terms of getting our health needs taken care of and in general being compensated, we do get that. And I think maybe because I saw that benefit be gamed later on, being used to get a fraudulent disability on a PTSD. And the culture's changed, and I'm not giving up on trying to get it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Dan Maloney, 1403 Pine Street. I just want to say, as a first responder with 12 years of experience, I support Chief Zander's request in this regard. I think it's very important. So please give it serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maloney. Any other public comment? Public comment closed. We have a motion on the table. Commissioner Butler, do you have any discussion?
I do. Having been a psychotherapist at Circles of Care for many years, I was not necessarily crisis intervention. This is very niche. These are very unique crisis situations. This is not something that should be taken lightly. And true, many years ago, I think there was such a stigma about mental health. People didn't talk about it, especially men. I don't want to be stereotypical, but that was my experience in my practice. And I think that's changed, thank God. And people are okay to talk about it and ask for help. And who wants to flip the coin and say, they're fine? I certainly don't. When I had clients that I was concerned if they were going to go home and make it through the night, I wasn't flipping a coin. I was taking action. So I think that it's our responsibility to, again, say these people are worth more than $10,000 and provide this one-on-one service where, again, they may be hesitant, but if they can establish a relationship with someone and see them again, possibly, that makes a difference rather than calling Iowa and saying, I need to talk about something that happened 3 weeks ago. Yes, that's helpful, and I think down the road, for maintenance, that's great, but not in crisis, not in crisis. So I am fully supportive of what the chief is asking, and for fire as well. But I think these have to be delineated for budgetary reasons.
I'd like to, your question the last time we talked about this to the chief, which he then answered, but your question was, is this, like, do we not have coverage for this kind of thing under our existing insurance?
I think I referenced the AP.
And the answer was actually it is covered already for all, like, employees as well as police officers. So
Generic.
yes, so for that for me was what, it was like, well, so it's already covered. So this is not a question of whether we're denying the ability to see doctor. It's literally already covered under our insurance that we do pay for, and our insurance costs for health insurance have gone up, I think 2 or 3 times. So what this is actually an even more amount, even above our insurance that we pay for, which has gone up 2 or 3 times, but that our existing insurance does cover this already. This is something extra in addition. Also, in my mind, if we did have some serious issue such as you suggest, I do believe that we could potentially pull in grief counselors if we had to, but to arbitrarily sort of have this bucket of money when money is tight, when health insurance has gone, I mean, if you look at our health insurance for the different employees, it's skyrocketed, not just here, everywhere, but it's skyrocketed. So that for me, this is a hard decision, but we have existing coverage. We also have additional free options for not just officers, but for officers and firefighters, which we can apply for and use. And if we ever have some mass sort of issue, I believe the chief would come to us. I'd call a special meeting and make approval for some money for, I mean, if that comes, but if we approve this extra now, it's that much more. So that's my comment.
Can I comment?
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin?
So I remember, Chief, in our first sit-down, you were talking about these 4 items, and I think you did at the time even prioritize the stipends and this. So I'll be voting no and then making a motion to support the mental health.
Commissioner Reed, do you have any further comments?
Sure. So what I was trying to make the point is that I was hoping for a solution that covered everyone, all the first responders, and this is a step. Hopefully, we can do that in a second round. I'm happy to retract the motion.
Motion has been retracted.
I'll make a motion that we approve the mental health program for the police department at the amount of roughly $10,000 or whatever's in the budget.
I second.
At that amount.
Oh, sorry, you passed it back. Okay, yeah. So we have a motion and a second, a retracted motion, a motion to approve it. Is there any public comment?
I don't mean to be beating a dead horse here, Bruce Larson, 1507 Pine, but there's maybe an opportunity right now to say with that, to make an amendment to Commissioner Baldwin's motion to then make an exploration for the town manager to go away and work with the fire department and see what equivalent opportunity might be, what equivalent care might be needed for them and what would be an appropriate budget line item. Leave a budget line item open now if you want to make it equal to the same as the police, or it's half again and make a combined one. But don't let this opportunity to encompass all of our first responders pass by. It's laudatory that we're going to address this, and we should. Make sure it's not discriminating against the firefighters. They have just as equal a chance of being exposed to these challenges as do the police. So hopefully that might be an option for you to amend the motion and say to give direction to the town manager to explore what might be needed so that when you come back for the next budget review in full, you'd have that expectation to see it in there already, with already having the justification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Lauren Hardman, 326th Avenue. As a first responder to whom has been working here for 20 years, I have had witnessed several drownings, on the shoreline, in the river. I have seen it, I have witnessed it. Do I need help? I have from time to time. That doesn't make me a weak person or someone who should not be doing firefighting. That just means that the situation at hand affected me at that moment. So what I need to clarify is that this was for police, respectfully, but firefighters, that would be the only 2 people that are employed. We volunteers are not employed. We would not be covered under this unless somebody wants to clarify that. But it's for employees in your insurance. So we would not, as volunteers, be covered under this. I just want to make mention and note of that. Thank you.
Next. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. So we have a motion to approve the $10,000 for the police health, and a second. Motion made by Commissioner Baldwin and seconded by Commissioner Butler. Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. That motion carries 4-1. The reasons I stated earlier are the reasons why I voted against it.
I would like to make a motion
Yep, go ahead.
that we explore what the cost would be to cover our employees as well as our volunteer firefighters so that we can evaluate that accordingly.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Baldwin and a second by, sorry, there are so many Bs. Barlow, yeah. Butler, Barlow, Baldwin, it's a tongue twister. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Barlow and a second by Commissioner Reed to task, I guess, the manager or potentially the chief to find out, because I believe you're the one, Chief Sander, who has the contact. Would that be something you'd be willing to sort of look into for what the cost might be for the first responders that are fire?
Yes, I already have the costs. I can write something up and give
Okay.
the fire chief, and we'll discuss it.
Okay, so that's the
you.
motion in the second. Any public comment on that? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, that motion carries 5-0. So, okay, next up, it looks like we're at the increasing the, we're at the police stipend. Did you want to discuss this, Commissioner Reed?
Right, so there's, the police chief had 3 stipends, totaling $11,520, one for the field training officer, one for detective position, and then to cover for night shift differential. So I'm going to make a motion to approve all 3 of those stipends.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any public comment? No public comment? Is there any comment among us? For me, I could potentially approve this one, but for me, if it depends on the fire department vote. So for me, I can't vote on this until I know what happens with that one or not. So that's what I'm gonna say, because this is one, honestly, this is one I could approve, even the other one as well. But this one, if we aren't funding a new fire department of 6 employees, but if we are, where's the money? So that's just gonna be my comment.
I'm sorry, we're talking about the police stipend?
Yeah, no, that's my comment, though, is that for me, I can't vote on that until I know whether we're gonna be spending the money on the other, because for me, it's dependent, yeah. We have a motion, yeah, no, we had a motion and a second, there was no public comment, so now we go to discussion.
No discussion.
So that was my discussion. Anybody else have discussion? No? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. That's 4-1, and I'd just like to qualify, the reason I voted against it is because for me, I need to know what we're doing in the fire department. You're allowed to make a statement on your vote. Okay, so we did that one, then know where we are to the police, increasing contingency to 60,000. That's not a fire department issue though, is it? Should we just do the fire department since we're on fire department and skip back to that one?
You mean police?
Yeah, I mean the police vehicle, yes, sorry. So the next discussion item is the police vehicle. And then we'll go back to the contingency, just because that way it keeps all the police ones together on this list.
Okay, so this is for long-term capital allocation for an upcoming vehicle. Yeah. I'll make a motion that we approve that, the allocation for the long-term capital for police vehicle.
That was for an extra, though. It's not on our long-term capital. This is an extra one, wasn't it? Was this not an extra one? That's what I thought.
I think the extra had to do, I'm sorry, never interrupt,
I'm
didn't mean to interrupt.
confused,
I thought the extra was if, when you replace the, when you get the new vehicle, I think there was to retain one of the old, a vehicle, extra vehicle. Is that, if I did that, did I get that correct, Chief Zander?
This is for the money for rolling forward for a year from now to plan ahead kind of for it. This isn't for a vehicle for this coming year.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Because I remember there was a discussion about whether we were going to buy a new vehicle and just have an extra vehicle laying around that was the old one, that's what this was. And we had talked about, well, we don't necessarily need an extra vehicle, so we don't need to buy a new vehicle. That was my recollection of the whole discussion on this vehicle issue. So now I'm confused. Mr. Zander?
So there are two items. One is long-term and one is short-term capital. The long-term capital is the 30,000, which is the one that Commissioner Reed wanted to vote on. The short-term capital is 50,000 for the purchase of a vehicle in this fiscal year.
Okay.
And that 50,000 is already in the budget?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what's the 30,000? This is just part of the 50,000?
It's kind of like putting it in the savings account.
Yeah, okay. For projecting future new cars? Okay. Do we have a motion in a second? We have a motion in a second? Just the motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Reed to approve the $30,000 for long-term capital for a police vehicle. We have a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Is there any discussion among the commission?
I just have a question for the chief. Just remind us about how often do we need to buy a car? Every 2 years, every?
It really depends. We currently have 4 or 5 cars that are older.
Yeah.
And about half our fleet right now. So probably every 2 years would be a good thing. So for instance, if we're putting 30,000 in for the following year,
Yeah.
we wouldn't buy a car that year. We would roll 30 over the next year as well as part of the plan, go and buy a car that second year. Does that make sense?
Got it. So we got 50,000 to buy a car this coming year. This 30,000 goes in, another 30,000 goes in. Now we're positioned to buy the next car in 2 years for 60. Yeah. Okay.
So we usually do it every 2 years, but I do recall and remember when Griswold was still here, so it was right before you got here, but she had put in a request to buy an extra car ahead of schedule. So our own sort of capital schedule did get bumped up, so we should have a newer car than we would normally, because we did buy another one early. So even on that 2-year schedule, we're actually a bit ahead in my mind, so that's why for me, yeah.
Do you
Is there
agree
any
with
other
that,
discussion?
what she said, chief?
Well, it was before he was here.
I know, but he
so-
still has the cars under his.
Yeah.
The cars we have right now, we have 4 older ones, we have 4 newer ones. So we're perfectly good buying one every other year. We get one this year, we skip next year, and we get one the year after, and that would be the plan going forward.
Got it.
Now, before that, they bought one ahead of time. I believe, I wasn't here, but I believe it's because the engine blew on it.
Well, the records, there were no records on it, though.
I'm not gonna get into that.
So-
I'm just saying that, I think there was an issue with the car, and that's why we had to go and get another car. So
There was an email saying
it
junk
wasn't-
it.
It wasn't part of the plan to get one every,
Yeah, but that was, before him, so. Any other discussion? No? Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the $30,000. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So that carries 4-1. Okay, now we are to the fire, we're gonna bump back up to, because we finished the police issues, there was 4 of those, to the increased contingency to
Mayor,
$60,000.
Can I make a suggestion that we have some pretty simple ones on the second page?
Okay, yeah, that we do.
You might be able to quickly move through and then come back to the bigger items possibly.
Okay, would anyone like Commissioner
starting
Reed,
with-
do you want to take
with
any of
moving
these?
department?
Well, let's get the contingency one, just because then we had bumped that out of order, and I don't want to forget about it.
It's because, but that has to do
Yeah.
with fire.
Oh, that one does?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll do that one together then. Okay, do you have a suggestion of which, or Commissioner Reed, do you have one you want to take first on page 2? And then we'll go back to the two that remain on the first page, which we're increasing the contingency to 60,000 in the fire department issue. Or do you want to just go back to doing them in order?
So I think we've covered the ones that I initially brought in my request. I'm happy to continue to try to, we need to work down the list.
Yeah,
So,
so,
Yeah, let's tackle fire. I think there's a lot of people here to speak to fire, so.
yeah, I think so too. That's, yeah. Okay. So we could go in order and do the increase in the contingency, which you said was related to fire, or we could just go straight to fire. Do you all have a preference? Commissioner Reed, do you have a preference?
I do
don't.
not.
Yeah, huh?
Do not.
Yeah. So there's no preference. Mrs. Mascaro, do you have a preference as to which one of those you want to do first? I think we should
probably
move the elephant in the room.
discuss fire,
Yeah.
and then the contingency will come into
Yeah,
play.
okay. All right, so we will now move to the issue of the fire department, 6 new employees. Is anyone, Commissioner Reed, do you want to? I have some.
So I guess I'll ask a question here. So at this point in time, we do not have, do we know the status of the grant award?
Not till August 18th. It is the 19th, you're right.
All right, so this decision is basically being based on, we do not have those dollars. Is that what this discussion is?
So it would be fully funding it without the dollars?
This is, in the revenue stream, it does show the revenue from the SAFER grant, along with the sale of the fire trucks. So if, and there is long-term capital in fire. I guess, this is assuming that we do get the SAFER grant. These totals on page 23, assume we get the SAFER grant, and the makeup for the town, our percentage, 85,000 is an estimate coming for the sale of the 2 trucks. 85,000 for the big truck, 40,000 for the small truck, and $23,100 out of the long-term capital from fire.
What page are you on? What page are you on?
That's on 23 at the bottom. Now, if the fire trucks are not sold timely, I increased the contingency to 60,000 so that we could use the contingency along with the 88,000 in long-term capital for fire to make up the $148,100, which would be the town's portion of that we need to cover for the SAFER grant. If the SAFER grant is denied, then the town would need to decide how it wants to move forward. Whether or not the town would want to take the money out of reserves, borrow the money out of reserves and pay it back over time. Whether it would just want to take the money, it would be the choice, or, or however the commission wanted to move on that if we did not receive the SAFER grant. But there are some options as far as the town has the money to fund the department if you choose to.
And does the 148, does that assume that we hire all 6 on, the day, very early in the fiscal year, knowing that actually the reality is we'll probably be hiring over a period of months?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
So that's a worst-case scenario?
yes.
Okay, got it.
Are there
So there's no handling of adjustments in property tax in this?
No.
To cover any of this, so it's sell the fire trucks and then use all the reserve to make it through the first year?
Well, right, sell the trucks, and then there's a portion, it would be, if we were able to sell the trucks for what I anticipate, we could use 23,000 out of long-term capital to make up the difference. If we get, what we anticipate for the trucks.
It's a $600,000-ish
Right.
line item for 6 employees, right?
Right, if we
So-
get the grant, though, yes.
With or without the grant, it's still $600,000
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
to hire those 6 employees.
Yes.
So I'm trying to see how you're making that up with selling the fire engines
The safer
and,
grant revenue is in
Yeah, so the,
there. Is in the
I'm telling you, outside, we don't have the safer grant.
But for the
But it's
benefit of,
in the budget. So in essence, what we're
hold on real quick.
taxing is the difference. We're not taxing the whole, to cover the whole 600,000.
Hold on, for the-
Assuming we get the safer grant.
for the benefit of the public, real quick, we're not limiting our time to the 3 minutes. We're not taking public comment. Part of the reason why is because there was some uncertainty still, even leading up to when we got here. There was the potential that the grant could have been awarded by now. They started being awarded like on the 18th, but, so we still don't know that. So right now, we actually still need some clarification. That's what, so this, we're not deviating from Robert's rules, but we actually, the commission are gonna need some clarification. So that's what's happening right now. And that's, people can talk and ask questions.
I think we should make a motion to support that.
Well, I think that, but I think that it's some fair questions that the commissioners need before they can even make a motion. So I'm allowing it. Does anyone else have clarification questions? I didn't mean to interrupt you, I apologize, but I wanted to make that clear because there is some clarification.
right, on page 6 of the revenues, in the very beginning of your book, under the miscellaneous, it shows the safer grant revenue of 604,653. So that's the number that you were looking for.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want to make sure.
Yeah, so I guess, we don't have that money.
Correct.
So we're basing a budget on something we don't know that we have. The realization of the fire equipment sales is more of a realistic expectation. Trying to understand, so if we're saying that we want to vote on adding the 6 employees, we're basically saying we're adding the 6 employees whether we get the grant or not.
No, but I have to.
I guess I'm trying to make that
show-
clarification, so.
I have to show the money. I mean, I can't go back in after the fact, after the budget, and throw that money in there.
Yeah.
So the commission can have a plan A and a plan B. If you don't get the grant, you can then instruct us what is it going to be. But I can't do it after the fact. After we pass the budget, I can't go back in and add it.
But my
Basically, to
question
not
is-
get the grant and then to start spending the money would put us in an immediate deficit, which we're not going to run a deficit.
And you didn't provide like an optional plan B, because the one that you do have, which I get it, it says, it assumes that we get the grant, which at this point we don't know that we do or don't. So if we vote to hire the firefighters and we voted and said, well, we vote to hire, but it's specifically tied to getting the grant, because that's what that's $600,000, then we would still have to come back and have a second vote to hire the firefighters if we didn't get the grant, because basically that money, that we'd have to come up with that money and figure out, and we don't have any plan B presented for where that is. Or the option would be, we could vote and say it's contingent, on the firefighters, but if we, or on the safer grant, but if we don't get the grant, we could come up with that option B right now and vote on it that way. But I do feel like that's a little harder, because then we're trying to figure that out on the fly.
That would be my suggestion. You would have to take the money out of reserves.
Yeah.
Now, you can take the money, or you can borrow the money. You can pay the money back in a year's time, 2 years' time, 3 years' time. But we have done that a few times in the past. We certainly have enough money in reserves for you to take that money
Sorry.
if you wanted to move.
She wants me to, y'all, please, thank you.
So
Sorry.
you could say that if we don't get the safer grant, then we will take the money from reserves, and we will have reserves pay back into the general fund over 3 years. And if we can pay it back more quickly, we could do that. You can set those instructions.
But we don't actually have a sheet where you, like an alternate, where, to even look at for that. We don't have that in front of us.
No, I think, Gavin in some of his discussions has brought up the idea that, Indian Harbor has, or everybody's calling this the hybrid model, but he referred to that as the hybrid model, where you have, full-time people in the day, and then, using their volunteer force at night. And I don't think he has brought forward any kind of concrete proposal that we should even be talking about or voting on today. I think that would be the logical plan B.
Yeah.
But I think that doesn't preclude us from voting today on the 6 firefighters, assuming that we get the SAFER grant. I think that a lot of it is, predicated on getting that grant. That would be how I would look at it. And so I'll make a motion that we move forward with the hiring of 6 full-time firefighters as presented in the budget, contingent on winning the SAFER grant.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We will go to public comment, then afterwards we will each have our minutes of discussion.
Susan Stark, 307 Fifth Avenue. I appreciate your considering this, provided that the SAFER grant comes. It means you're committed to providing extended and enhanced fire service protection to the residents of the town of Melbourne Beach. Having said that, I've written grants for the town. We've won one of the ones that I helped write, and we didn't win another one. In talking to Dave Micah and Chief Brown, they do an excellent job applying for grants, and they have a high success rate. I think it's 62%, which is very high, and they write them all themselves. So, having said that, when I asked them what areas, you go through and you look at points and what points that you can get. What areas do you think we're strong in and weak in? No brainer, we would get it. One factor alone may knock us down in points. That factor is our neighboring community of Indy Atlantic on our northern border has double the budget for the same size demographics. People are confused. The size of Indy Atlantic is the same as Melbourne Beach. There's a small discrepancy. We're slightly larger. The population, we have 300 more residents than they do. Otherwise, it's equal. The number of households is almost equal. Indy Atlantic only goes to Watson Avenue at Long Doggers. Riverside Drive, that's not Indy Atlantic. The condos, it's not Indy Atlantic. So I would just have you consider that that's a factor that may mean we don't get the grant, because their budget, Indy Atlantic's budget, is 1.5 millage points higher for the same demographics, with the exception of they have more commercial. That's it. That's it. So when they're looking to give away, FEMA's looking to distribute this money, that's a huge factor for them. So Melbourne Beach has had the safety net of Indy Atlantic's automatic mutual aid for years. Sometimes it was official, sometimes it was a handshake between the chiefs. But not having it is really detrimental to the safety of the residents in this town in the long term, and I think we need to reframe the question as to, do we want to expand our emergency services to include 24/7, 365 medical for our residents from the center of town within a 5-minute response? Thank you.
Just so you know, though, Brevard County has an exclusive agreement. We can't provide medical even if we wanted to. The counties are allowed to, yeah. Okay.
You're talking about transport.
Ambulance, yeah, sorry. Ambulance, transport, yeah.
Bruce Pickett, 1501.
This is public comment.
Appreciate y'all taking this, considering this, because I think it is a big deal. Brevard County transports. Melbourne Beach can run emergency medicals. That's not Brevard County. Right now, we don't, because we do not have the medical personnel in the fire station. With people in there 24/7, 365, those folks can get to any resident in Melbourne Beach, do EMS, and tell somebody else, paramedics, whomever, can get there and help out. So what that means is that can keep your loved ones alive, can keep somebody on the beach from bleeding to death, all of those kind of things, quickly, expeditiously. We're not going to be able to transport. That's Brevard County, 100%. You might get the ambulance from Sebastian Inlet. You might get the ambulance from Satellite. But if you have somebody that's medically trained on the scene to pump your heart, stop your bleeding, keep you alive, you'll be viable when you get to the hospital. So my wife died in her sleep. She's sitting here today because the ambulance got there quick, the fire department got there quick, they got her to the hospital quick. CPR saved her life, the AED saved her life, and she's sitting here today. I've had 30 years with her because of that. So I'm very, very adamant about the EMS thing. Roughly 90% of a fire department's responses are going to be EMS calls. Car crashes, I fell, can't get up, heart attacks, strokes, you name it, EMS calls. That very minimal piece is the fire piece. And that's why you hear people on Nextdoor or wherever saying, well, we never have any fires in Melbourne Beach. Well, pretty much we don't, other than a year, 1 a year, 2 a year, something like that. But how many medicals have we had? I don't know those numbers. And we've had to get people from, hopefully, from down by the golf course, or hopefully from up in Satellite Beach to come in for those medicals. I know for a fact that the volunteers have responded to at least 2 calls that the ambulance was out and nobody could get there, so we went to assist until they could get there. So again, I thank you for considering this. I think going forward for the citizens of Melbourne Beach, having people there 24/7 will be a huge benefit and make our folks feel safer in their homes. Thank you.
Bruce Larson, 1507 Pine. So several different comments. One, back to justification. I think that the chief has a lot of the information that he needs to portray, but he hasn't actually done enough of a job to justify that it's a crisis issue. I'm not saying it's not one. I'm saying that we need to hold a standard of being able to justify stuff. If response time, and he's done a year's worth of data to show that, well, let's see what the previous years before the auto aid agreement was severed. Because if it's really similar, then auto aid wasn't the causal factor of this, and even if it was the causal factor, that was over a year ago. So it's not a crisis issue. Why haven't we been addressing this earlier? So that's back to justification. I think you need to have multiple years worth of data to say, here's been our response times on average for the past 5 years, not just the year that we didn't have auto aid. Let's see what it was before that. If it was 10 minutes before when we had auto aid and it's 14 minutes now, then that's demonstrative that made a difference. But right now, the only data set you have is after auto aid was already severed. So I think that you have to have that data before you can make a decision. You can't. It's not justified without that part of information. Another piece, when I think Ms. Mascaro was talking about this, of we have to plan for the worst case scenario. Absolutely. You can't count on these things. I think the chief is probably, I don't have the experience. I do respect some of the historical grant writing concept of, yet they're probably going to get it, but you don't have it. So you have to budget for the worst case scenario. You're already budgeting for the worst case scenario and not even questioning it. We're going to hire all 6 on day 1. If we don't, then we have the extra money. That's great. So you need to have that same contingency of, we don't get this, budget for it. And in that plan B, if we do get it, here's where we would use that money that we've already budgeted for. Here's the alternative of where we're going to be. Or here's how we're going to cut something from the rest of the budget. So again, you can't approve this without the budget confirmation of your revenue. If you, without a plan B or C even, if you do or don't get it, you do or don't get them on time, for hiring, you do or don't sell the trucks. I think that Ms. Mascaro did a good job this time of saying, if we don't dispose of the capital assets in time, here's what we would do. The last thing, on those issues, you can't mix and match capital. You're saying that the plan B would be, we're going to use long-term capital to defer the cost. That's you can't mix OpEx and CapEx. So make a plan that addresses it all in OpEx or CapEx as appropriate, and a plan B of here's a different way to distribute those monies, and you can vote on those things in advance, so you know what those things are going to be. But you have to vote with what you know you're going to get. And Indian Atlantic is not the same as us by a huge amount. It's the same demographic, sort of, but it's got high rises and lots of restaurants.
Yeah,
That's a much
fine.
different issue.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
there
your
is some data that I put on the public about the differences for Indian Atlantic for people to look at. I don't know, he's walking up.
Yeah, Doug Helms, 443 Riverview Lane. I do agree with the last speaker, is that it appears to me that there's a lot more information that's necessary. We need to really do a good study here. One of my concerns is I keep on hearing the word grant, okay? Grants do not last forever, okay? And whatever we do is putting in a long-term tax on our people. And I want to give you an idea, because I didn't know we were going to piecemeal this budget here. I thought we were going to talk about the budget in general. This budget this year, the request is $5.5 million, okay? Last year's budget was 4.6. That's a $900K increase, okay? A 20% increase year over year, okay? Back in 2018, our town budget was 2.8 million, okay? This fiscal year 26 budget represents a 94% increase from 2018. Think about that. In 8 years, our town budget has almost doubled, okay? Keep in mind, the average inflation rate in the U.S. since 2018 was 3.66% per year. Cumulatively, it was 28.59%. So put that in perspective. This proposed budget is 3 times the rate of inflation since 2018, and that's about when Town Manager Mascaro took over, okay? Some other points to consider. In 2011 was my first full tax year that I had in my house, okay? My taxes were $7,000, okay? $7,002.39 to be exact, okay? The total taxes for last year was $7,749. That's only 11% increase, okay? It's pretty good. However, if we take a look at 2011, the town of Melbourne Beach got $1,338 of my taxes, okay? And in 2024, they got $2,252,000.87. That's a 68% increase, okay? So while the county's been bringing down their budgets and spending money more wisely, this town has been spending recklessly. They've been increasing our taxes. The millage rate in 2011 was 3.9856. This proposed budget has it 4.6, okay? Again, another huge increase. And we have to ask, why are our tax increases? Our taxes are out of control. I kept on hearing former commissioners talk about this. No tax increases. That's BS, okay? The town is taking more and more of our tax dollars every year. You know, as far as the fire department goes here, you know, this is a very contentious issue. I do think we need further study on this. I also believe it should be put to the town, to voters for referendum. If we're going to vote a long-term tax increase, because we're talking about is long-term salaries, we're talking about pension, we're talking about all kinds of other benefits that we'll incur for years. This is a huge increase to our budget. It needs to be put to the voters. I suggest overall on this budget that the town needs, that the commission needs to say, hey, we're not going to approve an increase from last year. Set it at fiscal year 25 levels. Set your budget there, keep it the same, and then develop a 2 to 3 year plan to cut 20% of the budget out and get rid of all this excess spending that's happened for years.
Yeah, time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Very well said.
Frank LaGrassa, 412 First Avenue. Hiring paid firefighters will have a fiscal impact forever, maybe as great as our $8 million storm drains ticking time bomb. It therefore is an issue that must be decided by a referendum. A decision of this magnitude should not be made by 5 people. As a stopgap, to see if it could keep vitally important people from quitting, the town should, as I emailed most of the commission a few weeks ago, consider a stipend increase to the volunteer firefighters. It's not like they don't deserve it anyway. They put a lot of time in, they train, and they love what they do, what they give. Offer Chief Brown $300,000. Make sure he spreads it around correctly and see if it works. Long enough to get the department the time to get going a serious effort at getting the needed volunteers. We can get them. I suggest this as someone who saw from the inside the politics, special interest politics, with which this issue is fraught. And I suggest this also as someone who is convinced Chief Brown made no sincere effort to get the needed volunteers. In fact, a big city union organizer could have not done a better job of getting this town's back to the wall as it presently is. Thank you.
Thank you. If you have a comment, come and comment, but please do not laugh. Go ahead, but please do not laugh when other people are speaking. Yeah, sorry, there's some other people doing it, and I just want to say, I don't want people doing that to anyone.
Jan Pickett, 1501 Oak Street. I am currently a volunteer firefighter in training, and I can assure you that with 191 hours of training online, in addition to all of our hands-on training, life safety issues, we could get hurt at any time, get killed at any time. The volunteer squad that we have now, very dedicated group of people, have been here 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years. Some of them are aging out, as am I. The young people do not volunteer like they used to. Unfortunately, that's the state of our world. And the fact that anyone would suggest that Chief Brown has not made a good effort, we started a class last October, and I don't know the exact numbers. I think we had about 12 people in our class. We currently have 6. 4 live in this town. The other 2 do not live here. And many of our volunteers do not live here, regarding times and response times. If you have to come across the bridge to get this fire station to respond to a call, it takes a whole lot longer than if somebody's sitting in that fire station waiting and ready to respond immediately. So that's number 1. Number 2, we just had an orientation, which means that's a 4-week time that we invite people to come. We ask all their questions. We explain how the fire department works, the volunteerism works, and I think there were 10 or 12 people that signed up to come. 2 showed up the first night. Unfortunately, I don't care what you say about volunteers, people do not volunteer like they used to. And I can also assure you, as a nurse practitioner who makes plenty of money, the little piddly stipend that you pay me is not why I'm doing this job, nor is anyone else in this building that is a firefighter today. That amount of money doesn't compensate us for the Tuesday night trainings, the extra trainings that we do, taking our weekends and our after hours time to come and respond to your home. It doesn't take in consideration the Santa run that we do for the community, the 4th of July, the holiday house, all the things, the service that we do for this community because we love this community. That's what that effort is for us to do. And I can assure you that there's nobody here that works this department, volunteers for this department, that is not working there hard as they can to get more volunteers to come here. But that little piddly amount of money that you pay us is a stipend. It's not unappreciated, but it is nominal, and it is not enough to make us come do what we do. So thank you for your consideration.
Hi, Jennifer Ottamanelli, 510 Avenue A. In 2014, we were having a family beach day when a woman was attacked by a shark and bit on the hand. She had an arterial bleed from her wrist, and my son saved her on her surfboard. It's really hard for me to talk about it because I was holding the towel over her arm while we waited 22 minutes for Brevard County to come with their ambulance and take her away. While we were waiting, about 12 minutes in, an Army medic happened to be walking by, and he said, "Can we help? Can I help?" And my son and I were like, "Yes, please. You're the Army medic. Please do something," because we're all just sitting here waiting for the magical paramedics to arrive. It was really a hard time. So one of the things that, if you haven't heard Gavin speak yet about why hiring firemen would be important for the town, I think everyone should take the time to do so. Some of those speeches are already available online, but he's been doing these community events. I wasn't really sure why we needed the firemen, but I'm understanding now that there's just not enough volunteers. And if you think that the volunteer method is the only way to continue this so we can be fiscally responsible, then I invite you to volunteer. It's an entire year of training to become a volunteer firefighter. Who wants to do that? I don't want to do that. So I'm recognizing we have to pay for something. We're either going to pay for our own firefighters, or we're going to pay Brevard County, or we're going to pay Indy Atlantic. Those are your choices. Because to continue with only the volunteers, it's not a model that anyone foresees that's involved with the fire department that it can continue. So I think if we're going to talk about what the needs of the fire department are, there's no other person that we should ask, what are the needs of the fire department, except for the fire chief, and to get his opinion and how we can best support him so that we can have a reliable fire department and the emergency medical services as needed. Let's see, I think that's all I had on my comments, but I think it's dangerous as citizens to just stand up here and say what we think is going to be best. I understand people that see that the best fiscal response is to maintain the volunteer firefighters, but there's just not enough volunteers from the community that want to support it. So sign up tomorrow or get ready to see your taxes go up or something. And people are saying we should have a referendum, we should vote. But the problem is when you get into the voting booth, it's going to say, do you want us to raise your money, your taxes, so you can pay more money for firefighters, yes or no? Everyone's going to say no. I don't want you to raise my taxes. Okay, referendum done. We're stuck. What are we stuck with? So, thank you.
Walter Hardman, 326th Avenue. Lived in this town 27 years, 26 years I've been a volunteer firefighter. I've lived in this community for over 40 years. 40 years in a union and a union organizer. To hear that comment, any union organizer would have been able to do this, doesn't quite sit well with me. A while back, I was at the station when something was going on, and we had a medical call right here at the police department. Ambulance had to come because of the type of call that was made. There was no ambulance on this side of the beach. The ambulance had to come from West Melbourne. All right, took them about 42 minutes to get here. 42 minutes. It was not a life and death call, but think about that. You're the person on the floor having a heart attack, and the only ambulance available takes 42 minutes to get here. Oh yeah, and needed a firefighter to direct them in because they didn't know where they were going because they don't run this area. Think about that. So when we talk about volunteers, I turned 72 on Monday. I'm a volunteer. I've been doing this for 26 years to keep this community safe. Have I gotten to pay from it? No. What do I get from it? Hopefully, I'm helping somebody out. But I'm not here as a firefighter or as a resident to listen to anyone disparage the chief of our department that has been doing a dang good job taking care of this town and saying that they know better. And again, like Ms. Automanelli said, if you think you can do better, get the bunker gear on. I don't want to hear about what you did or where you were. You want to make it better? Put on your pants, suit up, and make it better. Thank you.
Steve Walters, 416 6th Avenue. I think we're putting the cart before the horse, because what if you don't get I guess the motion was if we get the grant. What if you only get half the grant? Are you going to put in the rest? Or what if you don't get any grant and is it done with, or we change it around? Why not let our new town manager look into this, do a study on it? There's no big hurry. Now, that I can see anyway, it's almost like we don't have a police department with 13 officers. They're there first. They handle it first. And about this, what if you're having a heart attack and they're across the bridge? Well, what if they have a heart attack and our firemen are in their boat down in Grant? Or rendering mutual aid to Indialantic, into Harbor, and Satellite, because we have mutual aid with them. So if they call, they're going to be there, not here. So it really is not a real good thing to think about. Response time. Anything can happen to delay the response time. Emergencies could happen, and you might not even get there. Now, we had a fire 2 years ago, and Indian Harbor, Indialantic, and Satellite Beach all responded. We had more fire trucks here than cars got pills there. I mean, it was a great show to get the job done. I don't see the hurry. I think the residents need to vote on this. This is going to be a huge expense no matter what. It's going to be a huge expense. When that grant's over, if they get it, or if they get half of it, or if they don't, if they get a third of it, whatever the federal government decides, it's still federal tax dollars. We all pay that. So we do pay the fire department $100,000 a year. I voted for it when I was up there, so that they could split it among themselves, so they'll have something in return for their labor and their dedication to the town. Then they get $60,000 to $80,000 in donations that they pretty much can do whatever they want with. The town has no authority, has no say in anything they do with it. So about the reserve fund, that money is in there for one reason and one reason only. People before you made sure it was there. Why? Because we know that we could have a Cat 5 hurricane next month. What are we going to do if half the town is stripped, roofs everywhere, people injured? What are we going to do? How are we going to pay our staff if we keep jumping into that reserve fund? That wasn't by them, by the way. It was years ago that money was set aside, and there's only been a couple of commissioners up there wanting to spend it. So we've managed not to spend it for all these years because of the emergency situation that might exist in the future. Anytime the manager wants, she can take money from the reserve. 3 of you up there, you have to have a balanced budget now, but mid-year, if they get the grant, you can go ahead and say, oh, well, let's go ahead and go with this, and we'll take the money and vote on it. Nobody's going to complain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marie V. Walker, 511 Riverside Drive. To Melbourne Beach Town Commission, this is a petition from concerned residents and supporters of Melbourne Beach. We, the undersigned residents and friends of Melbourne Beach Fire Department, believe that our fire department is an essential and irreplaceable service to our town. We believe the continuance of the fire department is in the best interest of residents over and above using Brevard County or Indialantic Fire Department, and is our only fire safety providers. Our town fire department needs resident support shown by this petition of signatures, and we believe they deserve full support from leadership. We respectfully request that the Melbourne Beach Town Commission maintain and retain a Melbourne Beach Fire Department that is fully staffed, trained, and equipped as required by NFPA to meet response times, to preserve its local in-house operations and identity so we have control, because we are about to lose control. We're going to lose control. Fire department goes, everything else starts to go. We're going to lose this town. We're going to be taken over by Brevard County after 70 years of having this volunteer fire department. Anyway, we're going to lose control over town budgeted finances to keep expenses on track and continue to apply for grants to reduce expenses. Maintaining our fire department means residents will continue to enjoy all the community programs, and we will add all those emergency services, etc. I have a list of 40 people who live in the town of Melbourne Beach that have signed all this. And I know many of you have received emails. So those 40 people could not come here, but that's a lot of people that support this. It's on you if you don't vote for this. We're going to lose control. That's all I have to say, and I hope you vote for it. Thank you.
They don't want it on the ballot.
Thank you. Lauren Hardman, 326th Avenue. So I'm going to go on facts here. So is this the first time we've ever heard about fire department needing to be replaced and having firefighters? Yeah, I see a couple people shaking their heads. So for all those behind me that aren't aware, this issue has been kicked down the street for almost 7 years. So if you're not aware of it, you haven't been informed, and you are not informing yourself. Now, I will say something to our chief. He has done a phenomenal job, and I'm going to also give a kudos to Dave Micah, who have put in tireless volunteer hours for grants. Now listen, I got to tell you this. Over the years that I've been on this fire department, we have saved this town so much money. So here, this is what I'm gonna say. We have put money into the till for our grants that they work tirelessly in, okay? A decade, our budget, fire budget, was held. And then when there was a surplus, the town commission would take it, put it into another department because they weren't budgeting their money and they would overspend. 10 years. So let's take that into consideration here. We've got grants, we've won money. We've got 10-year hold. You know what? We'd be able to hold and we'd be able to take these firefighters and pay with them outright now. Not even having to worry about doing another grant, because the money that was already supposed to stay with the fire department would be already held in the fire department. 10 years. Just think of that for a minute, okay? It's fine on response time until it's your family and your loved one who's down on the ground and you can't get an emergency service for 35 minutes. That's when you'll be saying, we need a change. I apologize if it ever happens to you. Prices. Someone brought up prices from 2018-19. Guess what happened? COVID. Who's been affected with price change since COVID? I think everybody's wallet has changed since COVID. Life has changed since COVID. No one volunteers since COVID. It's just the way it's been going. I have a cue. Grant work saved us immensely. Oh, by the way, real quick, volunteers reaching out, doing the work. I met a young man, Jason. Guess where I met him? Paris, France. Guess who's going to come and sign out? So if someone thinks that we're not trying hard enough to find volunteers, I go all the way to Paris to find them. So listen, it's just a different world now. And we try to get them, but kids just don't do it anymore because they want the money, they want the time. I see the time. Thank you.
Katie Cox, 1408 Atlantic Street. It's not just that kids can't do it, don't want to do it. It's that the people who actually work this town can't afford to live in this town. And you guys know the salaries, and I think the police has the same problem. And so those of us who are scraping by to live in this town and participate and have our kids bike to school and do things like Santa Run and Haunted House and those communities, that is all gonna die with the fire department if this decision is not made. And that will be very sad because most of the residents don't care enough, myself included. If I didn't know this issue existed, I am on the fire department. If I did not know this issue existed, I would not be at this meeting. I do not have time to come in and sit and listen to all the things that these meetings involve. The people that live in this town voted you to represent them, to make decisions, to keep the magic alive that happens in that Rickman Park. And most of the magic is coming from the volunteers at the fire department. And if that goes away, they're not even gonna know it's gone until it's too late. Because this volunteer fire department, as Gavin has presented over and over, cannot function without paid staff. And the Brevard County and Indy Atlantic won't come as 3 options of fire calls unless we have paid staff to go there, because they don't want, Indy Atlantic does not want us to come as volunteers, and we can't respond to Brevard County as volunteers like we can with paid staff. So it will go away if a vote is not made, and if a referendum goes to the streets, this town is not gonna say yes, unless it's Santa Run versus taxes, and that might be a yes. I honestly believe that, because they don't see what happens, and they don't care about the safety. They expect that you are doing that. That is what you are for, is to do that. Now, my husband and I, and my kids, my daughter was in here earlier. She wanted to make a statement. She's 15 and got bored. And I had to check on fire training tonight. But we are here for it, and there are a lot of volunteers that are here for this, and we have 10, 15, 20 more years. Now, I have plenty of things that I'm interested in. I'm a foster parent. I can do a lot with my time. If you don't want us there, we don't need to be there, and Brevard County can come and life will move on. But when all the activities and all the things, the extra safety that Gavin wants to put in, and the medical that we want to add, all the things that he is tied up in not being able to do because of his job, just paperwork, is stuck. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay, come on up.
Gail, excuse me, Gail Gowdy, 2 and 5 Ash Avenue. I've been here a long time, was up there on the commission. I also have had loved ones that live in my house that when I've not ever had a fire, but I've always had medical issues with people in the family. This is the first that I've heard that there's going to be a change with medical, calling 911 for medical reasons. This is the first I've heard of it. It's always been the county that's come out with paid professional people, and they're always, you call 911 for medical emergency, the first people in the door are police. Within 2 minutes, they're there. And they know it's a medical issue, and they already know that the ambulance or whatever is on the way. So I'm a little concerned because I haven't heard this part of it and whatever, but I'm really for the people hearing facts. The facts haven't been presented. We don't know the costs. We don't know where the money's coming from. We haven't had reliable money issues comparing what's going to happen with the county or Indialantic or Merge or not happening, having our volunteers stay. I mean, they've been here for a long time. What is going on? That they're going to all quit and walk out? There's no reciprocal with Indialantic now, but that's not a new issue. It's been over a year that that's happened. So why is this an issue that you're going to make a long-term decision for the community and the taxpayers here without giving us a vote on it? That's not right.
Is there any more public comment? What? No? Okay. All right, we will close public comment. Do we have, we went to public comment, so I assume we have a motion and but.
You go to discussion amongst the commission.
Yeah, what was the motion? Was it to approve or?
Yeah.
Who made the motion?
I did.
You did. And who seconded it? I did. Okay. So, and was it contingent on the SAFER grant, though?
Was.
Okay. So the motion was to approve it contingent on the SAFER grant, receiving the full grant?
The SAFER grant.
Yeah, like, because somebody mentioned something about what if you don't get all of it. As I understand, the SAFER grant pays for up to 75%. I don't know that they ever award it. You either get it, I think you either get it at the 75% or you don't. Is there some chance that they say you get it at 50%? No? Oh, okay, that's what I was curious about. So that's your motion. Who would like to go do discussion first? Anybody? I've got something.
I'll lead off since I made the motion. So yeah, it's a really interesting issue, I think, and To the last resident, to Ms. Gowdy, we started having fire workshops in, I think, January. I think Gavin has had at least 3 separate information sessions. Now, granted, it may be on us that we didn't get the word out well enough, but there has been more than ample opportunity for everybody to hear the presentation, to ask questions. There's a lot of videos. There's hours of YouTube you could go, and I really hope that everybody does go and look at that to just educate yourself. What comes to my mind is a kind of a business school case of the Ford Pinto. I don't know if you guys remember the Ford Pinto, right? That was a situation where Ford knew that they had a faulty gas tank, and they actually calculated how many people would die in fires versus the cost of redesigning the Ford Pinto. And that didn't go so well for them, in court. But that was a decision that they made, that they literally were weighing. And I feel like this has some elements of that. I think that the fact that, yes, it's true the county does provide transport, that's already in our taxes. Yes, it's true that the county does provide advanced life support, that's already in our taxes. That doesn't mean, however, that firefighters here full-time who are trained in basic life support couldn't be at your house when the county advanced life support person is down at Sebastian Inlet, treating somebody for something else. So I think we have to weigh literally moving forward and doing something, since what has changed is Indy Atlantic withdrew their automatic aid agreement. That's what fundamentally was the inflection point. To the people that say this is not reversible, that's hogwash. Things change all the time. Florida's an at-will state. You can hire and fire people at will. The town can hire and fire people at will. So to say that this locks us in for centuries to come is absolutely not true. We could decide in 2 years, we don't want full-time people, we want to go saddle up with the county, or we want to go saddle up with Indy Atlantic. That's always a decision that can be made. So I don't see why people are thinking that this is some kind of irreversible decision. I think that this, to me, is a very responsible approach. It practically has zero tax impact for the first couple of years, which gives us a chance to really evaluate what we want to be down the road. Maybe we do want to just pay $1 million plus to Brevard County, really to get no additional staff. We asked in the Atlantic for $800K. They said they would add 1 person to their crew. And so I don't see, to me, this is a no-brainer, and that's why I made the motion. But I do think that we're somewhat gambling with
Time.
people's lives if we don't decide to move this forward.
I'll make a motion, he can continue for
Okay, thank you.
another 3 minutes.
For another 3 minutes? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear it. For how many?
I'll make a motion that Commissioner Baldwin can continue with his comment here for another 3 minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow Mr. Baldwin to keep going for another 3 minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So, go ahead.
I won't need 3 minutes, but thank you. Something else that I've considered here is that I have obviously a lot of people that have emailed us, especially over the weekend and today on both sides of the issue. I had a few people that asked to talk about it who were opposed to it, one of which actually used to be a volunteer firefighter here. And so for that handful of people that I talked to, all of them were against hiring full-time people and in favor of a referendum. And by the time we really talked through the issues and the options and the cost, all of them to a T said, yep, I get why you're doing this and why you think it's the best course forward. It sounds like you guys have looked at and evaluated all the options. So I asked them, where'd you get your information from? Every single one of them got it from Nextdoor. Shocker. That's why I don't have a Nextdoor account anymore. I don't want to read all that vitriol and BS that's out there. So I would encourage anyone out there and anyone listening not to just take whatever you read on Nextdoor, but really to come, listen to some of the videos of the previous presentations, talk to the chief. He's a busy guy, but to me, this isn't a decision that should be made by being informed on Nextdoor. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Who would like to go next?
I'd
Vice
like to make
Mayor?
a comment, sure. You know, as your town commissioner, I believe that public safety, including the fire department, is a top priority and should never be taken lightly or influenced by political motivations. These essential services, along with the infrastructure, form the backbone of our thriving community and deserve our full attention and careful consideration. The discussion around the fire department began nearly 6 years ago and has remained a significant topic within our community. Some residents have expressed the opinion that any decision regarding changes to the fire department should be subject to a referendum. However, it's important to note that the town charter does not require a referendum for this issue, nor was it identified as such by the Charter Review Committee earlier this year. Today, our town stands at a critical crossroads. While several options have been discussed, the decision essentially comes down to two paths, in my opinion: adopting a hybrid model or continuing with the county. The hybrid model offers a clear advantage. It enhances our control over public safety services and does so at a lower cost compared to relying solely on the county. Additionally, the town has applied for the SAFER grant, which, if awarded, as you've heard, could help cover the initial 3 years of costs associated with the hybrid model. It's worth noting that the grant funding would not be available if you choose to go with the county. This decision is vital to the future of our community's safety, sustainability, and financial responsibility. I remain committed to making informed, transparent choices that best serve all of us.
Commissioner Butler?
Thank you. Well said. I can't, excuse me? I couldn't have said it better. Things are going to change, period. This is not sustainable, what's going on with the volunteers. And rightly so. And I think it's a huge weight on those volunteers and the chief to know that, as he said, we're flipping a coin. We're flipping a coin every day that it's going to be okay today. And one day it's not going to be. And that's the end of that. And yes, it is reversible. If we hire people, we can later down the road if that's not the right answer. But what is not reversible is if we go to the county. That's not reversible. That's forever. And you think that's not going to cost money? You think you're going to get to vote on that? There will be no voting. You'll have nothing to say. And yes, in a perfect world, going to referendum a year or two ago might have been a great idea. But right now, it's too late. We can't wait. It's not fair to ask these volunteers and the chief to shoulder this and to wait, because something's going to happen, and you can all say it's not going to happen. It does. I'm going to say it 1,000 times. I'm from Pacific Palisades. You all know that's on the map now. It happened. End of story.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Sure. So, couple points. I understand the basis of the proposal that the chief is making, being the auto aid agreement with Indy Atlantic having terminated. I understand that. I understand his point about the volunteerism, if I say that word correctly, volunteerism declining, and the reality of that, and the expectation that is going to change in some time. So, and the fact that we're considering the skill set to include the medical aspect of it is important, because largely the calls are in medical in nature versus a structure fire. The decision we kind of have here, that's proposed here with this motion tonight, is this is a one-year decision. I'm opposed to touching the reserve fund in any manner related to this. I would really like to have a commission seated that is going to be here for the working this out. I'm a little, the fact that we're trying to vote on if we make a decision based on if we get the grant. The grant is, it would be it would be a remarkable thing. But we're making a decision on an if. And if as we hear people stating their commitment to support this, I think so. It seems like we'd be voting that we would be voting to do this regardless of the grant, if that's really the heart there. And this has the 1 year solution here for how to handle it in the grant award thing. The numbers can be pushed around to show that, but it's a finite thing that ends in 3 years, or who knows, maybe after a year whatever they decide. So we would be remiss in not having a plan for how we pay for this going forward. So that's so I was one of probably the first proponents of bringing up the idea of having the referendum. And yes, I recognize that it's not required to do that. That this commission can decide without the referendum. My thinking behind the need for the referendum was, to have the community understand, have the understanding of what's involved and support this change. That I felt kind of like the information was being very closely held and was not being broadly disseminated. In the recent time, then there has been...
Time. Would somebody like to make a motion to provide Commissioner Reed 3 more minutes like Baldwin? Sorry.
I'll move.
Sorry.
To add 3 minutes to his time.
Sorry, I didn't see it. Okay. Is there a second? Not opposed. Is anyone opposed? No. Okay. So with consent, you have it. There's no opposition. Sorry. Commissioner Reed, I have to do it.
Right. So Chief Brown has been holding public forums to get the word out, and I think that's important. This is a big it's a big change for the town. It really does. It changes the nature of the town. It doesn't necessarily even. It changes the nature of the fire department for this town as its past history has been, and it's been a great department, undeniable for that, and we'd all like to have and maintain a safe community. So, the part that has troubled me is that we're making we're trying to have a vote on something, an aspect that we don't have. So without making the commitment to ensure that we can do this going forward.
Okay. I have some points. There's some data on the table, and this is just drawn from the assessor's office. So Indy Atlantic, we've been compared, and the repeated reports with the fire chief have been compared with Indy Atlantic. It's roughly the same size as us and sort of population, permanent population. But the difference is we have around 107,000 square feet of commercial, office, retail, and restaurant space. Indy Atlantic has over 400,000. We have about 8 restaurants. They have 20 restaurants or more. They have buildings that are over 3 stories. They have 440 total condo units and townhomes. and 20-plus structures that are 3 stories or more, which is specialized fire equipment, 170 apartments in buildings, 2-family. We don't. We are mostly single-family residential with a small amount of commercial space and a few restaurants. I think getting information out to the public is good, but my problem has been that the information that's been doled out to the public has been false. The response time, the shifting sands of the rationale for why this needs to be done. They say it's response times, but then when the response time data, which he put forth, which he took a limited set of data from 2024, and then he altered 38 of those 50 entries to make them the response time seem longer. And the commissioner itself instructed him to change it. The town attorneys instructed him repeatedly to change it because that's the data that we reported to the state. There's a form you have to fill out to change that data to the state. He never did that. He just changed it and presented it to the public. I don't believe that was accurate. It's been an agenda from day one to get a paid fire department, and Chief told me personally that he has wanted to bring this before, and he hasn't been able to. So I don't necessarily fault him for that, but at the same time, this emergency situation, and what's not being told is, the other thing that Chief Brown told me was he has 20 years January 1st, and he has said he's going to quit, but he doesn't want to tell anyone that publicly. Excuse me. Chief Brown told me I was sitting right there and he was sitting there. And he told me that if we don't have the paid fire department, when he gets 20 years in January, he is considering leaving. And that he had said okay, and that a bunch of the firefighters that are volunteers are too. But he won't say that publicly, because you know what? If he said that publicly, we could say, okay, we don't want that to happen, but we could go ahead and look for a fire chief who will help us work on a volunteer fire department. But so instead, we're coming up against a situation where we're being pushed into this, it's going to be either Indy Atlantic or Brevard, and you're going to have to pay a ton of money. The truth is, this SAFER grant, it's been around for 5 years. It's never been applied for. It's 2 different types of grants. One to get federal money. Could I also have extra time as others did?
Yes, I'm not opposed to that, but I'm
Okay, thank you, you could do it for paid firefighters, or you get free grant money to help spend to recruit volunteers. I don't dispute that maybe at some point we really should go to a paid fire program. And you know what? If it were on a referendum, I probably would vote for it. I just don't believe it's right for 5 of us to make such a huge fiscal decision when there's only 3 of us up here even elected. I do believe that the voters, if they have the information, that they will decide this. And we have a lot of affluent people here. I believe that they would. Maybe it'll be a closed case. I don't know. But at the end of the day, if the voters don't want to pay for it, the voters don't want to pay for it. We can get them the right information. We are about to have an election when there will be more people up here. We can work on a stopgap solution where we can put more money into the stipend. We can do a bit more for trying to get volunteers. And we can put this on the referendum and let the voters decide, because money does not grow on trees. And the state is doing a property tax study that will be ready for 2026, and they want to cut our property taxes. If they cut our property taxes significantly, we not only won't be able to afford the fire department, we're not going to be able to afford the police department either. So what I would like to do is save both of those things by being fiscally responsible, because if we don't, I'm telling you, the state's going to take it away from us. And we need to allow the voters to decide this. One more thing. So I talked about the data for that. We need to get the correct data, and I do believe Mr. Larson, who pointed out, because the statement about the automatic aid agreement from Indy Atlantic, but let's look at the data over the years and see what the difference is. And the other thing, we could save about 3 minutes on every single call by spending $14,000 a year more just to do our dispatch through Brevard County. That'll save us about 3 minutes on every single call. That's 14,000. Why is that not brought to us? So, I feel like this is a bit of a propaganda campaign to get us to decide something now and have it done. And then once you hire people, you never undo it. So For me, I'd like it to go on the referendum next year. I think there's a lot of reasons why, and I don't think that the public has been given accurate information, so. All right. Does anyone else want to speak a second time?
I think we all spoke
Yeah.
long enough.
Yeah.
Or did you have
I
something?
just, I mean, I have, like I mentioned, yes, we're going to have a new commission here at the end of the year, and I would like to have the people around who are going to see this through. I want to reiterate that I understand where the chief is coming with his the need for it, and I'm willing to make the commitment to work this out through the next fiscal year to come up with the solution that works and the decisions on how do we go about to finance that and make sure that the town understands the need and then the cost.
I'd like to say that I think it's unconscionable to speak about the chief in the manner that he's being spoken about. He did not, to imply, if not say directly, that the chief altered numbers or used the wrong data. What is this nefarious goal he has in doing so? This is a man who is a career firefighter who cares about this town, cares about the volunteers, cares about the employees, cares about the fund that the volunteers provide. And for this repeatedly to be said, he's given emails, he's explained what his theory, his thought process was on the numbers. I've had people come to me and say, oh, he used this number, that number, and it was absolutely false. And they know it, and they didn't have the integrity to stand up about it. So people need to really be careful when they're disparaging someone like that, in my opinion. Because you know what? Like someone said, I'm not getting the boots on to do it. It scares me.
So I'd like to make a couple of comments. As it relates to the referendum, we were put into these positions, elected or appointed, and each of us have sat through in excess of 6 hours of materials and probably closer to 10 to 15 hours to understand this. And every individual citizen and resident in here hasn't necessarily been put through that amount to make informed decisions. As it relates to being appointed or elected, we can sit here and say we're looking at a 3-year timeline. There's a few people on this board who are going to have to go through re-election even before that 3 years is up. It's a rotating seat. We are put in these positions to become knowledgeable, evaluate, and make decisions for the best interest of the individuals of this town.
Okay, I'll make my second comment. We are also put in this position, elected or appointed, but to spend the town's tax dollars wisely. And the taxes just keep going up and up and up. And we are not going to be able to afford stormwater issues that we need or roads because we are giving basically it's going to be more than 20% of our budget to fire. And the first thing they're probably going to do when they hire them is unionize because they're going to think, oh, well, they might reverse this in a year or two. So they're going to form a union, which means the salary and the contract negotiations are going to be higher and higher. So it's going to cost even more than what it says. And it's such an important issue, like for anyone to say, like, I should make this decision, and I was appointed, you were appointed, but you don't trust the voters to do it. I mean, to me, it is just the most disrespectful thing to democracy that there is. So.
I disagree.
And, people talk about the fun stuff that the town, yes, they do. I love all of the fun stuff that the fire department does. I love it. Everyone does. But you don't spend $1 million for paid firefighters so that you can have a Santa run. I mean, money does not grow on trees. When you spend it on one thing, you don't spend it on other things. Or when you spend it on one thing, then you go, oh, but we also want more. We want more because we also want to spend it on those things. You have to make decisions. We're put in this to make decisions, to conduct oversight. And also, yes, the data has not been there because always the data has been geared towards one agenda. So that's what it's being geared toward. We need to slow down. We need to get all the data out, the accurate data, and we need to allow the voters to decide. Or at the very least, slow down and get the accurate data and let the full commission of elected people decide with more time. You know, I mean, so.
Call the question, please.
Yes. Did anyone else we went through, did everyone have their second? Because they took second. No? Okay. All right. The motion is to approve hiring 6 paid firefighters subject to the SAFER grant, correct?
Correct.
And that motion was made by Commissioner Baldwin and Commissioner Butler. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. So that motion carries 4-1. I voted against it for the reasons stated. It should be a referendum. All right, so now I think maybe we should take a break. Does anyone need to take a quick break before we go to the next step? I would like to. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will be right back. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. If Commissioners Butler and Vice Mayor and everyone could come back. He was just here. I know, he was just here. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. If everybody could go ahead and sit down. I don't want to be a dictator, but. All right. All right, we're waiting on Vice Mayor Barlow because she was here, but she said, "Can I actually run?" So, whew. Maybe it'll cool off a little, clearing out a bit. Okay. We will call this meeting to order. Look, the clock, it's 8:38. We are back on the record. Clerk Brown, if you could call the roll, please.
Mayor Allison Dennington.
Here.
Vice Mayor Don Barlow. Here. Commissioner Robert Baldwin.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Reed.
Here.
Town Manager Elizabeth Mascaro.
Here.
Town Attorney Ryan Knight.
Here.
Finance Manager Jennifer Kerr.
Here.
Town Clerk Amber Brown is also present.
Okay, so we are back. Would you like to?
Oh, contingency was the
Yeah,
next
to
one.
continue with, so now it's the contingency item, which was, you said, related to the fire. Oh, my mic came off. Mrs. Mascaro, would you like to explain the contingency item, which was related to the fire issue?
The original contingency was 30,000. I increased it another 30,000 to 60,000 in case the fire trucks didn't sell timely. That's 60,000 in conjunction with the long-term capital from the fire department, which is for bunker gear and radios, could cover that cost until those items were sold, and then that money could be returned. So it's just, it's there if we need it. You certainly don't have to use it. It's contingency.
I move that we accept the, raising the contingency from 30,000 to 60,000 as presented in the budget.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? So that carries 5-0. Okay, then next we'll go on to the next page. Looks like we've covered everything on that one page of issues to vote on, correct?
Yes.
I've got notes all over it, so I don't want to. But okay, so now we're on that page 2, which starts with safer grant using the funds from the sale of fire trucks, or if there, but is that a continuation related to the contingency?
Yeah, that's really,
Okay, so that's,
yeah, it's basically the same thing. It was just saying,
it is basic, or it is the same, or
Well, one
is there
is-
any difference?
one is the increase of the contingency, and
Okay.
the other is the reason for the increase.
Oh, okay, so that really is not an item we need to vote on specific, that
Correct.
first one. Okay, so then that would move down. Is there any order that you want to take these in?
No.
Is there, okay, so do you want to just go moving Department 42 grounds into Department 41 Public Works? Do we need to vote on that? I thought we did.
I
vote
thought we
on that.
decided that.
Yeah, I thought we already did vote on that anyway.
No, you've never voted. You had consensus, but I need you to vote it. Workshop. Yeah.
That's right, because we couldn't vote on it, we were at a workshop.
Right.
So these are.
Yeah, but we
these
did
are
have
a lot of your
consensus.
consensus items.
Okay, good, yeah, because I was like, I feel like these we already, but yeah, we discussed it, but we couldn't vote because it was a workshop. Got it.
Yeah.
And that's reflected in the package.
Yes, it's already been moved.
Okay, all right. So these might be simple then. Does anyone, I would need a motion in a second, so,
I'll make the motion that we accept the moving Department 42 grounds into Department 41 Public Works.
is there, okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on that motion? Seeing none, is there any discussion? No, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Okay, next. Would anyone like to make a motion?
You're on roll 10.
The removing $4,000 transfer from general to, it says EAV, but that's EAB.
yeah.
Okay. And this was one that we already discussed, because this
Yes.
had to do, okay, yeah. All right.
Okay, so that's EAB.
EAB, yeah.
So I
That's,
thought,
I was like, EAV?
I thought we were, or all the, I thought there was 3 funds, or 3 boards that we did a modification to the transfer. Is it just these 2, or?
These were removals, yes.
Yeah, it was because we had money in there, but they had, some of these, they had leftovers already that carried over. And we also had that $500 since we were trying to trim stuff. It was, they already have carryover money. We shouldn't just keep, like, we're overfunding them.
So the
away.
proposal here then is to go with what we already consensus on for the removing the 4,000 for the EAB, but
Yes.
then we're
So,
going. Well, I guess we'll just go that
yeah.
one at a time.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll make a motion that we approve the removing the $4,000 transfer from general fund into EAB.
Okay. We have a motion and a second regarding, okay. Is there a public comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
I had a
Aye.
comment.
Oh, I'm
if
sorry.
you don't mind.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to reiterate that I didn't want the perception of the removal of funding to be an indication that we're not supporting the EAB. Right now, projected at the end of this year, it's basically $13,779,000 of cash. So with your expenses next year, there's a projection of still having a surplus of $11,006. So I just wanted to reassert that the EAB has enough funds to continue to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. That was
Thank you,
thoughts
yeah.
went through my head. So.
Yeah. And it goes for the next one too, that was what the thinking was, there was reserve. Okay, so does anyone else have a discussion or comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So that motion carries 5-0. Okay, the next one is similar to the other, it's the
no.
oh, excuse me.
It's a little different.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought that because there was a Parks Board issue. Okay, please present then. Ms.
Right, and that was
Mascaro.
because there was a $10,000 line item in Parks Board for the Circle Park that appeared in their budget, but it was we had moved that to 351 at that time. And so the Parks Board was under the impression that that money was still there for them to use, and it is not.
Okay.
So their funds are depleted, and so this 4,000 would allow them to refund their programs.
Okay. Okay.
Right, so if I may.
Yes,
'cause
go
I
ahead.
actually did spend some time
Yes, please
reviewing
do.
this.
Yeah. No, I definitely want Parks Board to be funded.
Yeah, no, so in essence, when we were reviewing the packet at the last workshop, this page looked different.
Okay.
So.
There was some,
Correct, and so in
Incorrect
reference to
data.
the 10,000, correct. So going through that, I think we collectively said we feel good with the 500 as well as the 4,000, that Parks Board can continue to support the projects that they support.
yeah, okay, good.
and-
So, but the data now, I mean, like, so it was basically just the number in that old one. When we decided to remove it, it was wrong, like, because.
Correct.
Which we never would have had any consensus to remove it if they didn't have the
Correct.
money. Yeah, good, okay, thank you for that. So, okay, is there a motion?
So a little more discussion.
Okay,
please.
yeah.
So I just scrolled down to page 36 here so I can look at Fund 1.
Are you looking at the former one? We looked at the other one tonight.
I'm looking at the budget package for tonight,
Okay,
which is page, I think, 36 here is Revenue Fund 107 for Parks and Recreation Advisory Board.
Right?
All right, so, all right, so the line item under expenditures there, second one there, rec events, Rickman Park. So the last time, I think we were at $250 when we started, so now we're adding I heard 4,000, or is 4,250, is that what we're doing, or?
4,000. So we're giving them the 500 from the sale of the signs.
Okay, that's the 500. okay.
4,000, right. Then the 10,000 is coming in, but that's restricted to Circle Park or Veterans Park, whatever.
So
we
let's talk
decide.
about that then. What does restricted mean?
That means that that money can only be used for that purpose unless the commission decides otherwise.
Did we decide that that was restricted funds already?
Yes, but it was in a different fund, and we're putting it in the Parks Board, because we're closing that fund out. So it is the Parks Board's responsibility to decide how they want to do.
So the previous fund that it was in was the land fund, or?
Right, and that's now the paving and roads.
So, and it was in there as, identified as restricted in there. Okay, I'll take your word at that.
And then the Children's Business Fair, they raise money for that, and then it's offset by the expense. So that's not money that we give them, that's money that they raise through donations. Yeah, sponsorships.
I guess the only, the only part that I'm troubled by with this is the fact that we're considering those funds restricted, that $10,000 for Circle Park.
That's because they're working on that project, and it's less confusing, and the money will just be right there for them.
I'm not aware of any work they're doing there. I don't recall seeing anything brought before us about it, this commission. I visited the park recently with Public Works to familiarize myself with the park and with the things that are there and whatever. And I questioned him as to, is he aware of what is planned for this? And my impression was he wasn't apprised of what the plan entailed.
The last plan I saw had them with some benches, some landscaping, some trees, some native plants, and I think they were looking at doing some pavers.
Can I ask a question? Because how I recall, and it has to do with the restricted part. So what I recall was there was a discussion about taking that money back, like that we're not going to do the thing. And there was discussion, like my thought was they'd already spent a lot of effort and time, like considering this issue. And one of the feedback points that they had gotten was it was going to be this sort of like Veterans Memorial something, somehow, somewhere, potentially. It started with Circle Park, but that Circle Park might not be the best place. So I don't like it being restricted to Circle Park, because I kind of thought we had already decided it might not be at Circle Park, but it's going to be some kind of veterans sort of memorial. But yes,
It's not restricted
to Circle Park.
It's restricted to the Veterans Memorial Plan.
Okay, yeah. So I feel like I'd rather call it that, because when you look at it restricted Circle Park, that almost makes it.
It doesn't say Circle Park. It just says restricted.
Okay, it says Circle Park upgrades restricted, but in my mind, on page 33, it does.
Yeah.
On the page that we have, it does. So, I mean,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm looking at the budget page.
Well, these are the statements, the
Yeah.
special revenue fund statement. So,
So
I don't know.
we can change that to say, transferred from Fund 351
Yeah.
veterans.
Yeah, like veterans, like in progress, because we don't have a final plan, but my preference was to allow them to keep working on it, because they'd put a bunch of time into it. They may or may not come back with some plan, which we could decide at that point, but I didn't want to pull the money,
Right.
Right, so,
But I don't like it being restricted Circle Park, because that, later on, people might say, well, you can only use it at Circle Park, and.
right, well, I think that, if I may have a couple of minutes, I think where the confusion came in is like, originally, there was the idea to do Veterans Park was the wrong nomenclature for Circle Park. And so there was this effort around veterans, and the decision was to move the veterans activity to the Rickman Park area or around here, because that is a pedestrian-only park.
No parking.
Now, it doesn't mean, like, there is a single off-centered cement platform with a dilapidated bench on it today that does draw some safety concerns. We have been educated that there needs to be a bench in there for a label of park.
Yes, that's true.
For sex offenders. So the idea was to support veterans' activity here, which I think they're going to be doing the veterans' pavers in conjunction with the new sidewalk going out front of this area. But there still needs to be some sort of new bench, low-level lying landscape, and then potentially they were talking about some sort of shade tree to even support, some landscaping efforts, but that was it.
Okay.
That was the plan,
Okay.
or how it has,
But they may
come
not
about.
need $10,000 for that circle. It may be that we need to separate it out into two.
No, it's gonna be veterans. It's,
Yeah.
that's strictly for the veterans. I
Oh,
think,
okay.
In the public works budget, I mean, we can certainly put a new bench in and put some landscape, flowers or a tree or whatever that.
right, but I think that, didn't the Parks Board even submit some design ideas to the town?
Not recently.
Okay.
So,
Circle back on
but that, a lot of that is kind of low level and that can be covered out of public.
Out of the existing public works?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I follow that explanation. That was going to be my question, why we wouldn't be allowing for that in public works. So, what I hear we're talking about is this $10,000 is going to be recategorized as veterans-related activity. So does that also encompass the bricks and banners, or does that all fall under that category? Or if we're going to have that veteran category,
Yeah, the bricks are separate because that money.
Yeah, and that doesn't come from general fund, that came from donations, correct?
Right.
But you have to have it in there and
Right.
show
Right,
it, okay.
The town covered banners this last year because they had it in their budget to support, and
Right.
it was less, it was not, I think they were expecting a larger response. How many banners did they end up with? But right, but the cost wasn't as great, they covered it out of their existing budget.
Yes, yeah, they did.
so I would be comfortable with $10,000 encompassing both, those categories under veteran, and not have to carry a separate $1,500 line item.
So you'd want to be, but in that case, is that $1,500 an estimate of what they estimate as being donations, or is that an actual of what they've received?
So that's just an estimate.
Okay, that's an
because-
estimate.
Right, because that money comes,
Yeah.
because it comes in separately, it has to be accounted for separately.
Yeah. When does that close?
You can
'Cause I
still-
actually
we can
meant
still-
to
I'm sorry.
donate, and I keep forgetting,
Oh,
but
it's
it's not,
still-
it's not closed.
Oh, no,
Okay, good.
it's open.
It's open.
Good. I don't, I mean,
You're still carrying the line above for the donations and the revenues.
I'm glad you're hot too, it's not just me.
All right,
Yes,
so,
if there's a line above, there needs to be a line below. Because it's coming in as donation money, and so we have to account for it separately. It still goes into that bucket as an expense?
so I'm back to the same thing, it's 10 between the two of them.
No.
What do we need to budget for this AC?
So, I don't know why it's not working, I don't know.
Every time we have a contentious issue, it goes
It's
out.
hot,
It's like,
I know.
it's
It's
like
hot.
there's a little green man in there that's
Right.
trying to mess with us. I'm kidding,
we know
sorry.
Wi-Fi
I'm
doesn't
glad,
control it.
I know, sorry. I hope we can laugh a little because it's nice.
There's no Wi-Fi ghost out there
It's nice, yeah.
We can go on, as long as we're doing the recategorization on the 10K.
Right, yes.
I mean, I'd like to be, they've been working on this for, I'd like for us to have some kind of veterans memorial. I do want to know what you're going to, since it's restricted, what you're going to label it so that it's clear that it's like, it's restricted for this kind of like veterans sort of
So,
like memorial idea.
right, And that's.
Of some
it'll say
kind, yeah.
Veterans
Memorial Project, Veterans
Yeah.
Memorial Project, okay, good. And restricted. Because there are actually, there's, even though there's not a lot of grant money, there is sometimes some grant money for some of these things where we can get matching money, so it would, and they've put a lot of work into it.
Yeah. So we need to vote on the 4,000 now.
So
Okay.
so we had our motion and a second?
Yeah. And we've had all of our discussion, okay? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that carries 5-0. The next one, Ms. Mascara?
Just, we are paying for the police department differential out of Fund 172 for Ocean Park and also the officer, like we did last year. So just confirming that that's where the differential will be paid from. And the police officer's salary.
Okay. And that differential was, we approved that tonight? That got
Yes.
approved. Okay, so that's done.
I make a motion that we continue paying for the police officer and differential payments for the police department out of Fund 172, Ocean Park.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment on that. Is there any discussion among the commission? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 5-0.
Nay.
Oh, sorry. I thought, all opposed, say nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so that motion carries 4-1. Okay, next up, Ms. Mascaro.
So I was asked to try to put some money into long-term capital for the playground equipment. So this is transferring $100,000 from the general fund into long-term capital of Fund 175 specifically for the playground equipment, and using carry forward from Fund 175 into long-term capital for playground equipment.
Where does that show up down below? So I thought I saw a 200K number.
Right, so for Fund 175,
Let's look at what page that is.
Yeah.
so you'll go to page 45.
And which line item?
Right, and so you've got the transfer in of $200,000 into long-term capital.
Page 40. How many down? Are we looking upper, mid, or bottom?
If you come from the bottom up,
Bottom up, okay.
line 6.
Okay.
575, 6401.
Yes. And the transfer from the general fund, you see on page 4. Okay.
She said page 45?
Yeah. So it's this page.
See
From
the
the
200
Oh.
that she's referencing here.
It's going,
Oh, okay, 200,000. Okay, sorry, I'm looking for a 100,000.
so the
Okay.
100,000
So this one
that
is
goes
the-
into this fund comes from general fund on this sheet where we have all the transfers. This is page 4. And it shows a transfer, fund to 175 Reichman Park, and it's coming out of the general fund. It's right here. Oh, right, so also the revenue, right, it would also be on the revenue sheet, so.
So, question, we've been putting like 50,000 a year into the long-term capital for the playground equipment, correct? I thought we hadn't been putting anything in. I thought
We
that
didn't do anything
we
last
didn't,
year.
but it didn't have any money in it from any prior? Because I remember it being talked about being,
There was money from the skate park, I believe, that
that
was put in
got
there at
put
one
in,
point. I think it
okay.
was 9,000.
But that was used
But that
for
was
this
used
aid
for
of
that,
this.
for the
Okay.
ADA thing, but that's the only large amount we've put in there.
Oh, so it didn't have any in it. Okay, so when you
It's a
put,
big number when we
Yeah.
have to spend it, right? It's like 5, 6, 800,000.
yeah, it can
something
be.
like that.
So, from the general, if you look at page 45, which is the revenue page for Reichman Park, you will see a transfer in from the general fund of $100,000. It's here and on page 4. And then that will roll over.
I only see two $200,000 figures. I don't see the $100,000 figure.
If-
It's just 200.
So, So if you look at page 44,
Okay, sorry, you said 45.
right, there's several different places you have to look.
okay.
So on 44, this is all revenue. So the very bottom line says transfer in from general fund, 100,000.
There it is. Okay, got it.
That's coming from the general fund. That money's coming from the general fund.
Okay.
On page 45, because we already have a carry forward there, I'm just taking that money as an expense. Because it's already in that. I moved 100 in and I'm taking 100 that's already there.
Okay.
So I'm taking
So
two,
we'll,
right,
so
200,000.
we'll have 200 next
Right,
year
that
in
will
case
go
we.
into long-term capital. It will
But
be restricted
Okay.
for the playground unless the commission ever decides for a different purpose.
Okay, and when you do the restricted, it'll say like restricted, so for playground, it won't be like restricted for like where it could then be spent on something else at Rickman other than the playground
Right,
itself.
it has to be at the playground
Okay,
unless the commission decides otherwise.
yeah, but there would have to be, it wouldn't be, yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
No, go ahead,
So-
I think it's is there any, objection? You were on the Parks Board, you have some, a lot of info. If anybody has an objection, say so, but the commissioner would like to, and I think, go ahead. So, no objection. Oh. You have an objection? She wanted to say something, but there's
Go
no
ahead.
motion, so she said we can't discuss, but I think we should let her go, so. There's, yeah, consent, go ahead.
Well, thank you. So I have been a supporter of the fact that there's been the long-term capital reserves for playground equipment has been overlooked in the past. Right now, we're trying to build it to a 200,000. And I'm not saying that it's not going to be a large expense in the future. I think that I would be remiss in not maybe reevaluating this number given our other projects and operations that we're trying to support, potentially lowering this sum.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about people.
Can I
No,
just?
Go ahead, yeah.
you
Sorry,
know,
you looked at me, I thought you were asking me.
No, I'm talking off the top of my head right now. But when you sit there and you look at the fact that we're supposed to, when we sit here and look at the budget, we look at public safety, we look at infrastructure. Infrastructure is stormwater and roads, as well as our brick and mortar, and playground is part of that. As a starting point right now, I don't think it would be a huge loss right now if maybe that number went to 100,000 and we shifted 100,000 to support fire department. That's where my head is.
Or stormwater, either.
I mean, I think it's up to y'all, because no matter what, I'm voting against the budget unless it has a tax cut, so I feel a little bit like,
the $200,000 number, I don't remember us ever broaching that topic of that.
And that was brought to me since one of your workshops,
Through a citizen or,
through one of the commissioners.
okay, so, all right, so this is our first glance at it. I mean, that's the way it appeared to me from when I reviewed this material, so, and that's, I recognize the need to plan ahead, and try to build the fund up. That's a pretty big first step. And I would be opposed to that amount. I would maybe, if you want to make me gonna pick a number, I would say 50 grand.
yeah, 50 a year.
Yeah, to me, playground equipment is something that the whole community can get behind. You can do some matching fund drive. You can get businesses to sponsor. Like, hey, we sponsored the slide. We sponsored the swings. We sponsored the this. That would be a fun thing to do fundraising on.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was gonna say. I think we could actually cut. I feel like there's a lot of places where we have a hard time cutting, right? But that would be one where I think we could give less money, but we could make it up through public support, because a lot, you know, you can get free services, free equipment from people that donate it. Because, I mean, I remember when we first moved here and my kids played on that playground. We were there every day. It's a huge draw. Now that my kids are older, we don't play on it, but it's something that we all remember, and it's important. People do tend to donate for those kind of things. So I feel like we could make the money up. That's one area where we could trim something, and, you know, it's not trimming other areas.
So to carry on that, I guess I'm leading up to trying to make a motion
Okay, yeah.
related to this. So if we were to do the, I guess, and I'm a little surprised we're trying to fund it a little bit from let's just talk, we're funding it from the general fund, basically, is what we're doing here.
Half of it.
The other, where's the other half is?
It's coming out of, it's coming out of 175.
Okay, out of 175. Yeah, okay, because that's where I was going. We don't think Fund 175 can support this alone, at least for this next fiscal year, at the 50K number, without touching general funds?
Yeah, because we raised the parking rates too.
Yeah, I
a
mean,
full
we
dollar.
can, just, I mean, yes, if that's
Yeah.
what you'd like to do, we can definitely do that.
I would prefer to see that funding come from that area then. So I'll make a,
Yeah, I mean,
I'll make a motion then.
because I went back and looked at the projections between Rickman Park parking and Ocean Park parking, but Ocean Park funding has to stay in Ocean Park. And I forget, let me pull up my spreadsheet real quick.
And I think they have other funds, they're positive at the end of the year. So there's money, reserved money.
Right, I'm just sharing projections.
Yeah.
It was basically about 34,000
From the increase,
from the, just increase only.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. So that would, I mean.
So I'll make the motion that related to both these 100,000, I gotta be more specific than that, don't I? So, I'm gonna make a motion that we are not doing the $100,000 transfer from the general fund to Fund 175 for playground equipment. That we are going to set aside $50,000 of Fund 175 to long-term capital for playground equipment.
And that it's gonna come from the Rickman instead of general fund, or?
Yeah.
It's fun, that's one fund.
Okay, sorry, yeah, okay. Okay, do we have a second on that?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any more discussion? Any discussion from the commission? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you for that, Commissioner Reed. Okay, next up. And Vice Mayor Barlow, thank you for that.
Last one.
Woo-hoo.
Last one on this page.
Yeah,
Right.
on
Oh,
the
it's
things
the
that we need
last
to
one.
vote on.
Yeah?
I'll have more.
Oh, okay.
They won't come after you, they'll come after me though for it, so I'm gonna let you do it. I'm just kidding.
All right, so Fund 351 is down there in the bottom of the packet.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Fund 351 is, I'm trying to find the page number here, bear with me.
50.
Okay.
Page 50.
Yeah, okay, so, right, so the discussion we had in, I think probably the most previous budget meeting was that we were designating this fund 351 for the road, as a road paving and repairs fund. So that's kind of what, so your item on the page above is basically confirming that that's what we're going to do, okay?
Yes.
All right, so looking at, so I'm gonna just segue on that a little bit. So we're looking at what we have here in Fund 351. It doesn't, this doesn't seem complete yet or ready for the budget.
Well, we have to move some money out of 341, but we're not sure. We still haven't determined, because historically, all of paving was done out of 341, because that was our capital improvements fund with stormwater.
So this is not ready for,
Right, so then we don't have a number yet. Like, for instance, I did show the amount of money that it cost us to mill and pave and do the curb work on Riverside. That's been paid for.
Yeah, I see that.
Right, that revenue will show up top, but I don't know what the carry.
I'm looking at what I see tonight,
Yeah,
and
no,
we're
I know.
talking about the
We don't know
budget.
what the carry
And,
forward is.
and
So
I
this
see
is
a
to be
a
determined
negative,
still.
Yeah.
I see a negative $300,000 for this year and a negative $134,000 for next year.
Well, it's not negative, because I just didn't put the revenue. We paid for it already.
So this,
On the page, as I'm
Yes,
looking
it
at it
does,
tonight,
yes.
So for the
Yes.
record and for the public.
Yes.
Which page are you talking about? And-
50,
okay,
page
thank you.
50.
Yeah,
Right, that will be updated, yes,
page 50 would be updated.
yes.
yeah. So, and related to that, we have the annual line item, we're allocating 50-some thousand dollars each year for paving into perpetuity. So my vision was that pile of money, hopefully it's a pile, is represented here in some fashion. Is that the number you were talking about that is going to be provided in there? So some accounting of over whatever time that's been going on, that we know where our money is for that.
Right, because we just paved Riverside out of 340, we paid for it out of 341, that was all paving. So that money that we spent, that 303,000, came from those $55,000 transfers. So that's why we're still trying to.
You're still
back
trying to
into that
rebalance
number.
what we, to be able to separate them out since we created
Yes.
this new fund. You're trying to come up with numbers of, to kind of.
I understand what you're saying,
just not-
but it's not reflected.
No,
You
it's
can't see that.
No,
And that's part of the goal here is that we can see that.
Right,
so next iteration, we're hoping to have the numbers
yes,
reflected.
we'll have a number for you that will be the number.
And can you have some kind of breakdown of just like we had to separate these out, this is how we came up with the numbers, it was approximately this from the, just like some basic data as to how because you are kind of having to go back and recreate it, because if we created the new fund.
Right.
You give some kind of
Yeah, we
jot through about how you arrived at the numbers, so that we don't have to ask, because as you're going through it, you're figuring it out, might as well take notes, then,
Oh, yeah, we have to go back and.
Yeah.
Reallocate.
Because then you won't be getting that question from us, well, how'd you get here?
Right,
And then,
yeah, reallocate all the money. So this was just to confirm that you want this fund set up 351.
Yeah, because we had consensus on that at the workshop, but couldn't vote.
Yes, so we'd like you to vote on that.
Okay. Is there,
So I'll make the motion that we do the renaming of Fund 351 to the road paving and repairs as previously agreed to consensus-wise.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there a public comment on that? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any further discussion on the commission? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, that motion carries 5-0. Okay. Now, that is everything from the manager's list, from what you had originally asked in writing when you were wanting to have this meeting, as well as, but you indicated, Commissioner Reed, you have some more that you wanted to go over, so I give you the floor.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it was the way the meeting, I thought, was structured, since I made an initial suggestion and we discussed it, that people could bring in their other suggestions as well. I'm willing to go through mine first, if
Please
it's
do.
fine. This is kind of a question. I'm on page 6, which is part of the fire. No, it's not. It's miscellaneous income on page 6.
Right,
So so we have, you have the 125 grand in there you're carrying for the fire trucks there on line 22-33790.02. All right, so it says Fire Corporation. I'm just why does it say Fire Corporation? Why is that named that way? Is the corporation own the trucks, or does the department own the trucks?
No, actually, the town owns the trucks. That's just old, the fire corporation. They don't own the trucks. I can strike that for you.
I have a question on that. I did happen to pull some tax returns from the 501c3, and it looks like they're carrying assets on their tax returns potentially, but that as assets that they own and maybe lease, like the boat. But it was my understanding that they bought it and they donate it to the town, which the town owns it, becomes an asset on our books. But it looks like they're depreciating assets and carrying what looks like it might be some leases for the boat.
I don't know. I don't look at their financials.
But so they're public record because it's a 501c3.
Yeah.
But I did want to confirm. But like when the boat gets transferred, like we don't lease the boat from them, right? It gets transferred to us because we'd have to have a lease if there was.
Yeah, no, it's not
And
leased.
it's something that we would depreciate even once it's given to us, right? It's an asset that we would depreciate. Somebody else couldn't depreciate it, right, Mr.?
Wait, they can
Knight?
depreciate it as long as they own it. And
Well,
then
yeah, but once
they
they've transferred it, they wouldn't depreciate it or carry a lease for it.
I would think not.
No, okay. I thought so, but I didn't know I wasn't sure if maybe it was possible that they leased it to us for a certain period of time and before they eventually transferred it, but,
All right.
okay, all right.
So,
Well, when the fire corporation, we don't lease that from them?
No.
Yeah, okay.
all right, so in that miscellaneous income there, so just disposal of assets, there's another line just right below that, it says assets, vehicles, fire. So is that a duplicate line, or?
That would be like if they had a vehicle, they have a chief's vehicle. That's an actual, as opposed to a truck.
All right. It's 0.
Right. We're not anticipating getting rid of their vehicles,
Okay.
just their trucks.
So continuing down then to Department 11 under General Fund, which is page 8. So I see we have an election expense number in there of 18,634. So do we have some interest, do we have a number now out of the county for the election, or?
So I have figures of 8634 for supervisor of election for legal notices and 10,000 for the charter review. I don't know what the
Election
information
expense right
the
underneath
clerk
that.
has.
So it says election expense, 18,634. Is that a real number we have now based on something we received from the board of I can't think of the name.
That's
Board
an
of-
estimate
SOE.
they provided to do the election. So if there's any additional costs related to the charter referendum, anything like that, that wasn't included.
Okay.
That was just to do the election itself.
The two-seat election. Okay.
Correct.
All right, so we think that's going to go up. We think
Well, actually, sometimes it goes down
Yeah?
once they get they get the printing estimates for printing it. Like, there was the same thing last time. It was like they start out with a high estimate, but when they actually get the printing estimate.
okay, I just wondered where the number came from and the support of it, that's all.
It looks
If
like
we're,
a pretty exact number.
yeah, that's right.
The $8,000 number is usually very close to what the actual is. I would not anticipate that one changing at all. The charter review one, I have no idea.
Because we haven't done it in a long time, so you'd have
Yeah.
no idea either. Yeah.
And with having 11 of them, we have to advertise it twice. I'm not sure exactly what the cost is going
All
to
right,
be.
yeah, no, you've been saying all along that we don't really
Yeah.
know, so I mean, that's like that's a pretty exact kind of number, not a rounded number, and so just trying to, we gotta pay it, we need to try to be fiscally budgeting adequately for it. All right, I'll leave that.
Can I
Can
ask
I-
a question
can I
since
ask
we're
one
on that
question too?
department?
Yeah.
So on the FTE at the bottom, said new full-time FTE added in fiscal year '26. Is that, I see that's taking the regular salary number up, is that,
Full-time employee.
yeah?
That's probably the deputy
What
clerk.
FTE?
Is that the deputy clerk?
The deputy clerk.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's the deputy clerk.
Okay. Oh, because we had a deputy clerk, but,
Well, it wasn't,
No, we didn't have
we
a deputy.
didn't
Didn't have
budget
one.
for it in
25.
25.
oh, okay.
Added that, yeah.
That's why I couldn't figure out why it looked like it was all of one FTE instead of, I figured there would be something in FY '25. Okay, so that's just the deputy. Got it, thank you.
I have one, I can't remember, on those charter review, were we changing the he, she one? Did we vote to put that one on? Because there's a statute that says that you can change something by ordinance if it's something to just comply with like a, case law or whatever. And I feel like that's one that we could just, by ordinance, changing the he, she, that we don't actually have to pay to put that on the ballot, that it's an ordinance one, because it's just so just wanted to throw, there's a specific statute, and we could maybe pull one, we could pull one off and save a little money. But that was all I had on that. Commissioner Reed, continue.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I'm down into, still in the general fund, Department 19, page 17. So the capital outlay and transfer to long-term capital, the 15 and $52,000. Can you, where those are heading to?
So, so the mill and pave, the 52, that will go to the new fund 351, because that really
Okay.
doesn't go to long-term capital anymore. But we'll that's where we pull the money from, and
Okay.
so it'll get transferred. The 10,000 and the 6,000, those are, expenses we will most likely have this year, definitely for the hardwire, the smoke detectors in town hall, and, the computer replacements. So those are actual expenses that we will incur in fiscal year '26.
Computer expenses? Did you say what?
Computer
Compu-
replacements?
Replacements. Oh, is it for a certain department, all departments? Do you have a list of what
Yeah, that
needs to be
we
replaced?
update every year, yes.
Okay.
Okay, okay, very good. Yeah, now I see the 52 carry down there. Right, so the pave and mill, well, actually, it's mill and pave. I don't think I want to pave it. So mill and pave, a mile of road.
I think road paving and
So
repairs.
there's a double asterisk on that, and I don't see any notation on the page as to what that is trying to highlight.
Oh, yeah,
I
there's
think
no,
that was just that was an old, these are things that I don't see
Okay.
quite, honestly, from before, how it used to go into perpetuity. They wanted us to do that every year,
okay.
so that,
I don't think,
I can
Okay.
change that.
Nothing's
to
in
mill and
perpetuity,
pave.
because any year a new commission could say, we want that done, and it's not in
Yeah.
perpetuity anymore. But, so that will say next time, that will say what we had just voted on, which is road paving and repairs, 351, road paving and repairs instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, continuing on, then I'm down to where am I at? Page 20, which is Law Enforcement, Department 21, in General Fund. All right, so the holiday pay there we have at 33 grand. And I'm looking at our most recent finance report, which you'll see tomorrow night. We've already spent almost $35,000. So I'm concerned that we're underfunding perhaps and not
Which
at
one? Sorry, what are you talking about? Contingency?
holiday pay, second line down. Yeah. So it's at 33 in the budget here, and when I look at the finance report that we're going to see tomorrow, it looks like we've already spent $35,000, and we still have, 2 more months to go. So, and then the overtime, it was at 13K, now it's 19.5. So, I mean, looking at the finance report, the current spend is around 11 grand. So the 13 still seems kind of right, assuming the spend rate of a grand a month. Plus even if yes, we have salary increases coming as well. So I'm thinking, maybe 15 is probably a more accurate number to have there.
It's actually, was increased because the officers that have to be, on duty now for the commission meetings, that wasn't originally part of the budget, so that's overtime. Sometime, like, when we have Officer Sullivan, who's not here, he is off in the summers, and so he can do that, but school has started, so now, he can't do that, and so we'll end up paying overtime, or, possibly the sergeant here is, on duty, but if he had to leave or we had to get somebody else in there.
I think we could probably excuse him now. I think it's not gonna get very rowdy if he wanted to. I mean, I'd be okay with it. I don't know. Okay.
So that's.
I tried.
That was the purpose of that, was for the increased cost for, overtime.
So do we have any say in saying we don't want to do that anymore, or?
You could approach the police chief and talk to him about it.
All right, so we're thinking it's another $6,500 a year for meeting coverage. That's what. All right.
I mean, I feel like when we have the police chief here, we don't really need to have a second officer. He's a police officer too. People listen to him. But he could kick people out just as well as someone else could.
All right, so continuing on that, I guess I will approach the police chief to understand that. Then in the same department here, 21, the police department. So the expenditures there's professional services, $18,125. So that's the accreditation is in there, right? So we decided tonight that's coming out. So that goes down to the
right
125. And this is kind of just something that has been. Every time I look at this, it makes me think or ask. So there's 2 items here kind of in the middle of the related expenses. There's 520, 4800, and 48.50. So there's promotional activities, and then there's crime prevention. So, I mean, last year was $500 for crime prevention, and we're doing $800 for crime prevention. I don't know how much crime prevention you get for $800. And then when I look down on the page below where they split that out in page 21, so the crime prevention is pencil stickers, glow sticks, and hats. And my first question.
Well, it's items that they take to the schools, they give to the children, they do it when we have the movies.
You should call it something different though, because I mean, basically having a police force is your crime prevention, which you pay for. It's more like.
So let me finish.
The philosophy is, if they engage these young people, they're not going to be afraid of police officers. They're going to see them as their friend. They're helpful. Hopefully, it helps them to deter crime, because they've grown up with an SRO at the school and they come to these events. So I guess that's why it's called crime prevention.
I guess I'm not opposed to the expenditure. If you wanted to roll that all up under promotional activities, because that's what it sounds like it is.
Yeah.
I would stop asking myself that every time I look at this, so.
I would concur with that. It is kind of promotional activities. You then roll it up together, then they can decide how they want it, but when you break them out into different things, it allows you to sort of spend the same, different amounts of money for what's kind of the same thing, but you're calling it something different. It's, yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's like public awareness, promotional activities.
So do you want to make a motion to consolidate?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to consolidate crime prevention into promotional activities.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Is there any public comment? Should we wait for Commissioner Baldwin to come back? I think he just stepped away for a moment, but we have public comment. Well, no, we would go to public comment for a vote anyway. That'll give him a chance to come back. So come on up, please. Oh, well.
Avenue.
You're green.
Okay.
You're good.
So we have this very similar thing in the fire department, and it's exactly what was just stated. The fire prevention is when we go into the school. I'm sure your kids saw it. I'm actually planning it right now, and it's just a goodie bags. You know, it's just things that we keep notifying the general public that we are here, we are safe, we are friendly, we are here if you have any questions. Promotion is like having our table out front and getting specific cards to promote what police is. And in ours, the fire department will promote when to change your batteries, when you need to make sure that certain lights need to be put on, or notifying the police department or fire department who's in the home. So it's very different if you're looking at the aspect of that. So to marry them together, and then you're gonna say, well, why are you using $1,800 for pencils or goodies? I think it's very important to have that separated for promotional and then prevention. There are reasons inside the office. So it's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on that topic? We have a motion and a second. Okay, we'll close the public comment on that. Is there any discussion on that? I mean, I think that we gotta trim some stuff, and I think that when you have things broken out into more things, you're more likely to spend more money. That's why I would like to consolidate them. The chief can then decide what to spend that money on and where, and when you hit the limit, you hit the limit. So, I mean, so any other discussion? We have a motion and a second to combine them. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that motion carries 3-2. I'd like to reduce them. It looks like in past years, last year, it was 800 and 500. Why did they go up? Because so last year, the total amount was 1,300. Now it's going to be 1,800. Wait, did he go over the 1,300? And that's why he's asking for more? Or did he spend the 1,300 and they're just asking for 1,800 this year? Do you know?
Well, I think the cost of things goes up slightly, but I don't think that they did National Night Out last year. I don't know that they did Coffee with a Cop. So they did scale back on some of their activities that they like to do.
Okay, I won't bother with time, but for me, I feel like we could cut that a little. Okay, next. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, so I'm down to Department 22, Fire, on page... 23, yeah. Trying to size it so I can read it. So the stipend is increasing to 40 grand. So my only question is, if we looking at our most recent budget report, they didn't spend the 38,000 in fiscal year 25. I know there's two months left in the year, so
Yeah, the final
We
quarter.
still have the final quarter that they get paid in, so they haven't completed it yet because we're still in the final quarter.
No, I think we
No,
paid, we
paid
got
to
it.
me.
So, okay, I guess the expectation is the 38 is going to be spent.
Oh, definitely, yes,
Oh, so that's typically expend every year?
yes.
Okay, so that's fine.
But if we get this, the SAFER grant, and the vote tonight was then to hire the firefighters, we don't use that, we don't need that stipend anymore when that stipend go away, because we now would have a paid fire department, correct?
Only 6 paid.
No,
So you'd still have the stipend?
volunteers. Still there.
But you'd still have the stipend, okay. all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a volunteer thing. So, I'm not trying to touch it, just trying, the accounting was, I guess, is catching up, is what I'm hearing.
Really quick, while you're looking for your next one, unless you have it. I did have
Go
a
ahead.
question about, on page, I marked this page, Ms. Mascara and Ms. Kerr. On page 17, there's this, you've got smoke detector hardware. It's for, I guess, like a capital improvement of $10,000. When I spoke to, it's on page 17. It's down in the short-term capital projects. I spoke to the fire chief, and he had told me that y'all just redid basically that for like 2 years, our fire department building, which I found crazy itself, that did not have working fire alarms or fire, but that all of that has just recently been replaced, and that the key fob security entry was all just replaced and is fixed now. But then you've got a $10,000 amount in here, it looks like, for future smoke alarms. I mean, is that,
No, it was to hardwire the smoke detectors.
Smoke. 'cause
I
he was saying that that's all done and completed or whatever. Did we,
had to check with him.
yeah, are we budgeting for something that we've already finished and completed and paid for?
I don't think so, but I will certainly confirm.
Okay, because that would wind up being a tricky,
The detectors were not changed out, the brain of it was. It was local monitoring only. And now it actually dials 911 because the brain needed to be replaced.
okay,
But
where
it's
can I
possible-
get information on that? Because he had said that I would get that from, that I would ask you, and I hadn't asked you about it yet. But when I noticed that on there, I was curious, because
We'll give you the
it seems like if we
information.
finished something, we would have already paid for it, we wouldn't be budgeting it for the next year, unless it's something else, but it was
Right.
The
related to fire.
detectors were not changed.
Okay. But can I get information on what we paid for last year that the fire chief was telling me about, and what this $10,000 is that we're budgeting for next year? It's okay. Mr. Reed?
Okay, so I'm back down to,
I have a question, sorry, on the same topic. So if the fire station calls 911, who gets dispatched? It's really a joke, it's not a.
It goes, it would go to Brevard, and then they would
It's a
end up
rhetorical
dispatching it
question.
to Indiana-Atlantic.
It would go to Indialantic.
Not if it calls 911. It goes to Brevard, and then
No, it
Brevard
doesn't.
dispatch. Yes, I have spent hours with if you call 911, it goes first to Brevard, and then they dispatch it to Indiana-Atlantic.
I'm saying if our fire department catches on fire and calls 911. Anyways, go ahead. A little levity.
well, if the chief calls, his pager's gonna go off.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so I'm back down to Fund 107 with Parks and Rec again, page 33. So we already kind of went through this, but I had one other note on there. So this year we did, this year, my understanding was the Parks Board did the Back to School Bash. That was sponsored by them, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so my understanding was when they presented that to us, that they were planning to make that an annual thing. So we have these other activities spelled out in there as expenditures, and I didn't see. Can you turn the mic on, please? Yeah, so the Back to School Bash, that the understanding was when they presented that it was going to be an annual event. So looking in the expenditures here, they have other activities there that are itemized out. I didn't see the Back to School Bash identified as an expenditure.
Yeah, I didn't know that it was gonna be an annual event. I heard it went very well. I actually was out of town. But, Yeah, I mean, I can add that. I believe they fundraised for a lot of that money.
To my knowledge, everything was donated.
Or- right,
And
still,
what expenses they had, I believe it was less than $100 for them to support that. I helped volunteer, and I thought that it was an amazing turnout. We had the fire department out there, the police department out there, the Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts, Gemini PTO, Gemini Cheer. We had Rock Harbor donating all the music. Library was there, thank you. And many more. I know that they do have a list of everybody that did participate.
And I've looked, most towns, it appears, that does do these back-to-school events, so we were sort of, now we're joining that list.
So would we want to allocate some money to them for that then?
I didn't get an impression, I think that they could replicate it like they did this year for nominal expenses, and that it could probably be captured under the recreational events Rickman Park.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or we
I mean,
could
if-
allocate
if-
a placeholder amount, like $100, just to let them know we were
Out of one,
interested in,
right.
interested in them.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, I see, right.
I was gonna say, because have they submitted expenses? 'Cause I think that there were just, again, a couple of,
I haven't seen anything yet.
okay.
All right, no, I see it here, right.
I mean, if you want to do a separate line item, that's great, but that was an additional event that was captured by them this year.
Okay. So don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to get rid of it, I'm trying to make sure, what I heard was it's highly successful, and that make sure we support it.
Right, and I think, again, I think
If they want to.
it was a first-time conception, collaboration of just everybody coming together to support the children and, parents and educators that, with the launch of the school year.
Yeah, they did indicate that they wanted to take over the fall festival, which we agreed to.
I haven't been part of those discussions.
Oh, so yeah, I think, I'm not sure what her name is. Somebody called us and said they'd like to do that.
I don't know.
Anyways,
I'm not on that
Oh,
board.
I'm losing steam.
So is that,
anyway.
is somebody going to touch bases with Parks Department on what, if they think
Yeah,
they
we'll
need?
show it as a line item. We'll show, I mean, there is a.
If they think
events
they've
in
got it,
Reitman Park, but we'll show that because it's important that,
It's captured independently.
yeah.
Yeah, I think a placeholder for $100 with the name of the event lets them know that and if they need.
Well, I mean, so a suggestion would be, why don't we break the recreational events Rickman Park, take part of that 4,500,
Yeah.
and maybe you put 250.
And call it the back-to-school event, so
Right.
they know that they're funded
Yep.
for it to some amount.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
So I would like to make a motion that we take 10772-570-48.90, the anticipated recreational events Rickman Park, shift that to 4,250, and then add a new expenditure for back-to-school bash for 250.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second?
We have a motion, second. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 5-0. Okay, next.
Right, so I'm down to Stormwater Assessment Utility Fund 141 on page 39? Page 39? So in the expenditures heading there, they're all reading fiscal year '24. That's just kind of, I'm a stickler for that kind of stuff, so.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Oh, yeah, that all says 24. Okay, so basically, the expenditures on page 39, there's just an arrow. It says fiscal year 24 for all, so that should be fiscal year 24, the next one 25, and the third one 26 proposed, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Do I need to make a motion for that?
Scrivener's error.
No, but perhaps if whoever does the minutes, they will make sure to note that in the minutes themselves, that there's a scrivener's error that was corrected on the record in the packet. So we have that. Okay, next.
Yeah, so I'm down to Special Revenue Fund 175, Rickman Park, page 45.
Okay.
So we've talked about the 200 grand already, right? Yeah.
And I think didn't we vote to reduce that?
Yeah.
You did, but you didn't tell me where you'd like to put the 100,000 out of the general fund, if you want to move that someplace.
Back in general fund?
It has to have a home.
Yeah.
I mean, or you can,
Stormwater.
that's fine.
That's my vote.
Well, we don't do a transfer at all out of the fund then?
Right, but, so, the money, so in
Tax reduction.
accounting, the revenue and the expense must equal zero. And so I would have an extra $100,000 that I need to
Put somewhere.
put someplace.
Otherwise, yeah.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to.
Or tax reduction to reduce that 100, so you don't even have the 100. That's the other option. What would $100,000 equate to for the tax? I mean, like 0.00, 21 or something. I don't know. But that's basically, those are our options. Allocate it somewhere to one or more places, add to 100, or tax reduction so it doesn't even exist. Because that money is derived from what
You're talking about a reduction.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
So-
You know what I mean.
Yeah. So somebody had mentioned fire too, so.
I'm sorry, I thought that we were not gonna transfer 100 grand out of general fund.
I'm not, we're not.
Okay, and we were just going to self-fund the 50 grand right from 175.
Yes.
All right. So I'm missing the other $100,000 you're talking about.
So in the general fund, I took $100,000 out of the general fund. I'm going to leave it there, but it can't, that is a revenue. I need to put the money somewhere.
She needs to put it somewhere where she spends it, or she needs
Right.
to reduce the
Right.
millage.
So
to
I
make
can-
it go
Where
up.
the 100,000 came from where?
It came from
So
the
it's in
millage
general
increase.
fund, right. It's coming from the general
Oh.
fund, from the revenues that we receive.
Oh, why can't we just, back the millage down then?
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I say.
We're talking about that, or we can put it in stormwater, or we can.
I'll make that
Fire
motion.
department.
Please do.
I would, I guess,
Since we have $100,000 freed up, the motion would essentially be to.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll make the motion that the $100,000 in general fund that was allocated here would be moved to reduce towards the millage.
Reduction in millage. Do we have a second? I will second that. If we don't have a second, I'll pass the gavel.
I just want to see what the impact of the millage becomes.
All right, I'll pass the gavel, make a second. I second that motion. You've got the gavel.
You can also put it in roads.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have public comment?
Go ahead.
Press the button.
It's green.
It wasn't a second ago.
Oh,
Amber is fast on.
thanks. You got me. So, yeah, okay, so now you have overage, and what would be the best for all concerned, seeing that we have a few big items, ticket items like the roads and the fire department, and everybody's been now, oh, where are we gonna get the money? Well, here's the tag right here. Here's something that's just been given to you in your lap, and, just be fiscally responsible in where it can go to help, because there's only so much you can be able to do with this, and everything that was discussed tonight to just automatically go to millage It's like, well, are you discussing this, or is it just, that's it? That's what you're going to do. So please discuss it and think fiscally responsible with all the other things you've talked about today.
Any other public comment? Okay, open it up for discussion. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I mean, I was making a suggestion. So if anybody wants to add onto it, I was trying to understand where the money was, the amount, and what the options were, and that was my suggestion as part of the conversation. And I moved to do it, to try to move this on. If there's other input, let's hear it.
Other comments? No?
Call the vote.
So I've got a question. So if I'm just going up and I'm looking at the millage rate comparison, so the proposed is 4.6, correct?
Yes.
So if we take 100,000 off of that,
Right. So it would be like 148, 120. So it will be somewhere around 4.4, and I don't know. 4.49 maybe. I'd have to actually do the math, which I can't
right?
do right here.
Yeah.
Right. I think my concern is we've got some infrastructure expenses. We potentially have an opportunity to put 100,000 into some long-term, whether it's stormwater, to potentially prevent or reduce future debt. And that needs to be, I think, taken into consideration. So, any other comments?
So do you proposing we table it and come back to discuss it in another forum, or after we've gone home and done homework, or?
I mean, we have a motion, we just would call it, and it'll either die or not.
Well,
Motion, a second, you call the vote. Unless,
he asked me a question, so I would like to actually respond. I think for me right now, because we are waiting for the stormwater and roadways to have an updated figure, because those are commingled right now, to understand what's in reserves for each, that I would like to table that until our next meeting.
call the vote.
Any other discussion?
I'm not opposed to your proposal, but.
You
Okay.
wanna-
Well, there's a motion on the table, so we will call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. It fails 2-3.
I think my thing was off when I voted aye, but turned off. All right. Okay, next up,
Mayor, all this talk about saving money, I'm going to save you all some money.
and head out. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
There's
Knight.
not much for me to do right now.
I think you've had a long
So
day.
I would like to make a motion that we table basically the movement. We're looking for, we've got 150,000 right now.
So we could either give back, not take, actually, it's really more like not taking.
Right, but I do believe that we table this till our next discussion. And determine if we want to reduce millage or if we put it towards something other.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the vote to reduce the millage just failed with the two y'all, Baldwin, voting against that.
Okay.
So it essentially is table, we don't know what we're gonna do
I've made a
with it yet.
motion, is there a second?
Yeah.
So, I had a question on it then. So, currently, our next meeting is in September, which I believe is for budget meeting, right? A September budget meeting?
Yeah, you need to have it before then. That's when.
Okay, that was my point. So that meeting is like the water's going over the dam thing. So if we're tabling this to talk about it again, we need to do something within the next couple weeks.
Yeah, basically you need to allocate it somewhere else, or just say, okay, we're gonna not actually take the money and reduce the taxes.
Well, this isn't the only topic when, like, there was a page that needed to be updated and a couple of other things that we were waiting on. the
Yeah,
next
so I guess
information.
before
So
we
I-
leave
I
tonight,
do
we're
think
gonna
it's
need to
prudent that we
schedule
have
a
another
meeting
meeting.
then, I think.
Yep, I agree. I
That's
mean,
the
I
point
feel
I'm trying to
like
make.
we've needed a lot of information. That's why we've gotten pushed into this.
Yeah, because we've got to finalize salaries.
Yeah, we still have waiting on that information. So,
So we'll have like another.
over a month
roll-up
ago,
of
we were
budget
gonna get.
by then, maybe to see where we stand.
Okay, so, again,
right, so-
I'd like to table this topic to be included in that next meeting.
I mean, I think that.
Are we voting on that then, or? is it-
I don't know that we need, is there any objection to it being tabled? Seeing none, then that, by consent, it's tabled. I don't
Thank
think
you.
we need to make a vote on it. Okay, next,
Good to
Commissioner Reed.
identify, though, we gotta think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, to note, is that something that Mrs. Kerr and Mrs. Mascaro, that you can note that we have, that for the time being, we've tabled that, but we'd have to figure out what to do with it? Okay. Yeah. We
All
gotta
right, going down to Stormwater Fund 341 on page 49, under expenditures there. So we'll talk about fiscal year 26 first. So you have a 40 grand number there for the anticipated repair of that pipe over there on Riverview. So I guess my thought was that these kinds of repairs would go against Fund 141, which was the ad valorem stormwater collection fund. It's kind of a maintenance item, and this kind of view of this fund is more for the projects, and there's funding in that fund as well.
I agree, because this fund is more for long-term projects as opposed to like these smaller repair things that suddenly come up that we're not budgeting for. I feel like it makes tracking how we repair or replace things short-term, long-term, and budget for it. It just kind of makes it all mixed.
Well, one is to maintain the system, and one is capital improvements. So this would be a capital expenditure, but we can pay for that out of 141. But it is a capital expense, so.
You track, and each one of these ones, then we increase our, because it's a capital expense, it increases our depreciable, sorry.
Yep, it's definitely capital expense. So I can move this to 141, I don't have a problem with that, because it is.
But even if you don't put it in that, if you put it in a repair, it still is a capital expense.
Yes.
It just doesn't come, yeah, but see, I think that that's better, because these are not things that we anticipate. It wasn't like, we're gonna plan for when this little section of Riverview Drive has a little hole and budget for it. These are unbudgeted things. So we need to budget for long-term capital repair, maintenance, and then like these repairs that we don't ever budget for.
So do we have a motion? I'm going to go back to.
Which was my motion last time, was to separate it out to these long-term.
Okay.
I'm asking if we have a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah. The motion is in Fund 341 expenditures for the $40,000 expenditure for seawall pipe repair on Riverview, that we book that against Fund 141. And I would say that also for the other two stormwater repairs in fiscal year 25, the 21,000 and the 19,000 repairs.
To fund, is it 141?
Back to go against Fund 141.
141, okay. So the 40,000 and then the 21,000. To take those out of Fund 341 and put them as charges in Fund 141.
Correct.
Okay, but we have a motion. Do we have a second?
That's already, fiscal year 25 is already done. We can't take that money and now move it when we've already done this stuff and paid for stuff.
Oh, okay.
We've already
the
funded these, right.
Okay.
These have actually already taken place.
Okay. So, did you hear that, Mr. Reed?
But we can try to be,
Was there another
understanding
one
that
in
that's
fiscal
what
year
you'd like it to be.
2026?
Okay, I get it.
Yep.
Moving forward, we'll go ahead and do
Yeah.
that, but
Yeah,
this
well-
was already done in fiscal year
So
'25.
let me
Okay.
Okay, yes, I understand. Let me restate my motion. The motion is for Fund 341, fiscal year 26, the $40,000 allocation for the seawall pipe repair review be carried against Fund 141 expenditures.
All right, and that is on page 49 for the benefit of public, expenditure 341-41530-6401. Do we have a second for that? I will pass the gavel if I need to. Okay, we have a second, good, from Commissioner Baldwin. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any commission discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? That carries 5-0. Okay. Next. Did we cover on page 50? I have it circled because I do think you discussed it, that it's this.
I'm there at
Okay.
page 50. So we're down to
Okay,
Fund
go ahead.
351, the road paving fund.
Okay.
So we have two items in there booked, the 79,000 and the 55,000, which I don't believe we even for against. I guess those are Ocean Ave if I read
Yes.
the notes.
Well, Riverside, yeah, Riverside, Ocean Ave. Oh, for this year or 26?
26.
Yes. Because they're going to be fixing the intersection at Oak and Ocean and doing the left-hand turn lane, so they will be paving that intersection. So we may want to go ahead and pave the rest of Ocean Avenue, but we have some very serious curb work that needs to be done first. So that's what,
And when you say they, you mean DOT, right? Yeah.
Yes,
DOT is coming
That's
through
occurring in 26?
yeah, yes, mm-hmm.
as
Is
of
there
now.
any way we can tack on to their contractor who's going to have all their equipment and road work in to do it at that time to get any kind of savings as a result of that versus us going out independently?
I don't know, I can certainly find out who's gonna be doing the work.
Piggyback contracting, we did it with the other one, yeah.
Whoever it is.
I heard that when I was at that conference, it was like a county piggybacked onto another county from a DOT contract, and then a city piggybacked onto that, and then a smaller city piggybacked onto that one, and they were able to get like a huge,
Yeah.
reduction because it was a.
So the idea being is that we would be paved new, basically from where the recent paving ends, all the way up to the traffic signal at Oak.
Yes.
Okay.
But if we fund that, does that mean that it's like decided and you spend it? It doesn't come back to us for like.
I think we still have to
discussion?
approve it. I think we're
Right, you still-
budgeting.
right.
Okay.
But it was just, we have to think
Budget.
about we know that it's coming.
Okay.
And it would be a good time to pave the road, but like, as I said, we have
Yeah.
some curb.
Yeah, it's a, right, it could be an opportune time to do it. We don't necessarily, I don't think we're agreeing to do it at this point
No.
juncture. We're forecasting that. I would still like to see an understanding of what the whole paving picture looks like, which I haven't seen yet. Yeah, and I'm just gonna, at the time we were doing this paving here on Riverside, I remember looking at the plans, and the plans that had these aerial photos in there that showed paving, I think, going all the way to Pine. But somehow in the juncture, that didn't get done. And I questioned, why weren't we doing that since they were already here and working, why we wouldn't have just carried it up to Pine, because that's what the plan showed. I believe your reply is that we didn't think it needed it.
Well, no, we didn't do the curb work, and so that wasn't included.
Well, I don't think you do curb work independently.
Well, actually, the curb work was done by the paving company, which gave us a reduced price.
I get it, but I don't think you do curb work without doing paving. I don't think you would just go in and
No.
replace curbs.
Well, no, right, yes, that's true. I'm not sure what your point is, but yes.
Well, my first point is that, my recollection was you told us that we didn't need to repave this. Now we're saying we do need to pave it. So, and then I just wanted, because the numbers are split up like that, is to make sure that we don't think we're going to try and just do curb replacement.
No, and you don't have to pave but this would be a good time. The road doesn't have to be paved. The curb work definitely needs work. If it was a matter of the fact that they're going to be fixing that intersection, they will be repaving it back to a certain part because they're gonna have all the turn lanes and everything. And if the town wanted to continue to pave Ocean Avenue, so this whole section would be complete.
Right. So this is the first real conversation we've had regarding that.
Yes.
When are they gonna do that work?
It's between supposedly December and and March. I think March, closer to March.
Okay.
And they just gave confirmation to us.
Are you thinking about how you won't have to be?
So hopefully it will stay on track. Just, sometimes they tell us that and it doesn't happen, but.
Those are my
Tim rests.
questions.
You rested?
I'm sure I could come up with more.
I know, me too, but yeah.
So I would like to ask that we schedule this next meeting then.
I agree. Let me get my schedule. I think at least we got through a lot of issues and at least got some more finality on some things. I have a question. I recall that the SAFER grant, the times that they approve it go between, it was like August 18th through I think September 25th. What happens if we don't hear anything one way or the other? We're gonna have to come back, I guess, and visit this issue. Because, you know.
Right, at that point,
I mean, maybe we're gonna schedule another meeting, we might have something definitive by then. If not, we may need to look at this again or come up with a contingency.
or you will make a decision after the fact.
Yeah.
I think it wouldn't hurt to have Gavin start thinking of Plan B.
Yeah, so that if we have to come back with next time we meet and we still don't have a yes or no either way, so it's still in this, we could be granted it. The existing vote, but we could have an alternate vote that says, because otherwise we have to vote on our budget like twice in September. And if we, so
if he's got the time to do it, I mean, I know he had some other ideas, so it'd be good for him to start putting some of that down on paper, just if we don't win the grant.
Right.
Is that something you can just?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a grant pool?
Like a Deadpool?
Like a football pool?
Oh.
Whether we're gonna get it or not.
And, the thing to remember is too, if the commission decides to move forward with the 6 members, and we have to borrow from the general fund for 1 or 2 years to pay it back, it will give the commission time to institute the tax. The only reason we couldn't do it now is we didn't have enough time because we have to advertise, you have to hold so many meetings. So there is a process in order to institute
well,
a tax.
again, the legislature's doing property tax reform and our tax authority might get slashed by next year, in which case that's anybody.
My understanding.
I got outvoted on this.
They're focusing on public safety. That was my understanding, that they are focusing on making sure that public safety is being funded, so.
So are we looking at dates?
Well, but they're focusing on,
Are we looking at dates?
calendars?
they want to consolidate public safety for tax efficiency, which
Okay.
So within the next 2 weeks, correct?
I'm free, probably, mostly.
Well, let's see, the holiday's coming up at the end of the month, right?
Is that the,
We got a meeting tomorrow.
September 1st is a holiday. And that weekend is a holiday weekend.
We've got
When will you have a turn of the budget? Like, when will you have the, like, all these, assumptions, changes, things like that? It probably makes sense for us to wait till you've got a turn of that, so
This
we can.
won't take long at all. The only thing that will take a few minutes is just finishing the,
stormwater.
the breakdown between, So,
I might not be free the 20th.
The only
like-
day I can do is the
8th or
25th of
29th.
next week.
like a week,
If
Yeah.
we're talking
be
next
a
week.
week.
I'm free the 25th, 26th, 27th next
Yeah.
week, but maybe not the 29th,
Yeah.
28th or 29th.
25th?
I think 25th
That's the only day I could do.
would be,
Yeah, which is basically,
I can do the 25th.
yeah. 25th.
It sounds like they are on the cusp of having it.
Okay.
I mean, I'll base,
What time could you do?
5:30.
5:30? Maybe we ought to do
5:30.
5:30 because some people get off at 5 and if they wanted to come, then,
I'm gonna also, I will have a hard stop at some point in time that evening due to an early departure the next morning.
I don't think it'll be a
I
long.
also have
so would
I've-
it
I've
needs
got
to
a-
be,
Yeah, you've
Surgical
got surgery,
procedure.
Yeah. Is this
shoulder, by the way.
a special meeting again, so we can vote?
Not much.
Thank you.
so this would be special, is that what I'm
Correct.
When you go to do the
And so do we need Ryan here? Ryan presence?
break it all up.
True.
Okay.
So 5:30?
I'm not opposed to a 5 o'clock start.
Okay.
We can do 5?
Let's do 5 in consideration for Vice Mayor Barlow. She's gonna have to leave, or she's gonna have a hard stop time, so that way, in case we need it.
I would like,
And you can do 5? Okay.
I would like to say that we'd be done by 9 PM.
Oh, God, I hope so, too.
I mean,
I feel like, yeah,
We'll be done.
yeah, I know.
I'm taking into consideration our averages.
Hey,
I'm not saying anything.
I know.
So it's 5 PM on the 25th.
On the
for a
25th.
Special town commission meeting.
Next meeting for that. And we have 2 meetings tomorrow, a special and the regular, so. What time is the special? So is it 6 and then right after, or is the?
5 and 6.
The 5 and then 6, okay, all right. Okay, so we're not, so we approved a bunch of things, but as we're stopping here without approving other stuff on the budget. We're getting back together next week, the 25th, Monday.
Yeah.
5 o'clock, okay. So now can I get a motion to adjourn? Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
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 That carries 5-0, we are adjourned, thank you. 10:15, yeah.